7 o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel at youtube.com/TMA STL. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt with you here on the program. We have quite a bit to get to on the Stiefel dossier today. But in our opening segment, we want to talk about the late Brian McKenna, someone Martin, Doug, and myself knew quite well, and tragically passed away on early Saturday morning. We all knew him, and I would say that, number one, his sense of humor would be the thing that you would think of from a broadcasting standpoint. But if you knew him behind the scenes over the last decade, it was his charitable nature that made him beloved. And that was all a byproduct of him being diagnosed with a serious form of skin cancer. And so running parallel to this battle, like 5 different surgeries, facing melanoma, he decided that his calling was going to be charity. And I didn't know that until I had him on my podcast. And this is an excerpt of that conversation from 2019 to give you an idea of how that all came to fruition.
This all started when I walked up to St. Gabe's, your former grade school, and I was having a rough time in my life, and I don't go to church, but I do go up there and pray once in a while. So I walked up to the cross, started dropping some F-bombs, says, dude, you got to give me something. Throw me a crumb. Throw me anything. I need a sign, dude, that me coming in here makes a difference to you. And the cancer turned out to be the difference.
Wow.
And I didn't hear a voice in my head, but I felt him saying, okay, now you have to do something with it. Don't be a little... So I ramped up my charity work, and I made that part of my rehabilitation program.
So that is what he chose to do once he was diagnosed with cancer. And that is how many people began to know him beyond the sports broadcasting community and to love him. And I thought one of the greatest tributes was 5 years ago when he was dealing with his cancer battle. More than $150,000 was raised on his behalf, and it was during COVID, and there was a parade around Francis Park where he lived right across the street from Francis Park and a door down from St. Gabriel's Church, and people raised, I don't know how many people donated to it, but $150,000+ for him, which was an incredible tribute. Over the last 48 hours, the universally beloved and appreciated Brian McKenna has been celebrated for the person he was and truly the philanthropist in the St. Louis area that he was.
He was just such a fun guy. If you ever met him, you couldn't forget him because he always had the biggest personality in the room. He was funny. He was corny. He'd tell you a corny joke, but because he said it, it was funny. Everyone seemed to know him in town. And a terrific soccer player at Lindbergh High, one of the better soccer players I think they've ever turned out.
Hall of Famer.
Quite an athlete. Kept himself in remarkable physical shape. Even, I think he was 61 when he passed away.
Yes.
He liked to post pictures of himself on his balcony there by Francis Park, sometimes topless and flexing and everything. He was a real character, and you just couldn't help but like the guy. And so many people in St. Louis will miss him, and all the social media feeds all weekend long were filled with tributes to Brian, people talking about how sad they were and what an impact he made on their life. It's really a huge loss for the community.
I would say doing radio a little bit with him. Joel Goldberg and I had a show, and then he was with us for several months. The Foxhole. Mm-hmm. The infamous, Doug. The infamous Foxhole.
Right.
And I would say back then, it was before everything was a Takesmith. And he would get really emotional or fired up, but it was before it was phony. Like now, everybody, you say, okay, next segment, I'll get mad at Doug Armstrong.
Right.
Okay, next hour, I'll call from Mozeliak's head. You know, the scripted takey world that we live in that we often mock. He would get like fiery mad. I'm like, Brian, it's fine. It's just the Blues. It's okay. And he's like, what do you mean it's just the Blues, Marty? This is our team. They can't keep doing this. He would be like furious with Larry Blow. He's like, we bleed blue. That's time for a transfusion. You know, he would have like some jokes about it. But I also remember just owning who he was. He did get into a fight at Rams Park, and I pulled him aside, and I said, you can't do that. You just can't do that. I said, you're not out here enough. I said, they're going to just think you're some kind of Hoosier. And he goes, Marty, I am a Hoosier. and I said, well, okay, never mind. And then Cousin John was telling me this weekend, because I talked to him, because I used to live over in Loran, right off the park. So I saw him all the time when I was living near, I called him the mayor of Francis Park. And Cousin John said, do you remember after you got in that fight, we all went out for drinks at the famous bar? I said, I don't remember that. And Cousin John said, well, what's your move? Because Brian was not only fit, he knew some martial arts. And John goes, do you remember he took my hand? We're sitting at the bar, and he like had a pressure point on my, and he goes, and I fell to the ground. And he really was not only physically fit, but he had all these like ninja maneuvers that he had memorized over the years, but just a passionate fan. Like, you know, when you talk about stations like The Fan or whatever, he was like the voice of the fan, because he was always mad at management or players, or if somebody was rude. That was one of his big things too. If a player was rude, and it didn't matter if it was Brett Hull or Mark McGuire, he would talk about it. That's not how you act. He said to me once, my family is so big, I got 2 brothers named Kevin. And I think it was true. And one of them was a state senator or something. And I never quite figured out what that meant. It was like my other brother, Daryl.
He had a twin brother, too, didn't he?
I think that's right.
Twin, yes, yeah. Bill.
But somehow there were 2 Kevins out there. But anyway, just unique, fiery. And I got a text that morning. I was in Nashville this weekend. I got a text from a police officer friend Saturday morning, and then I said, what? And he called me. And like anyone else who knew him, whether you knew him really well or at least loosely or knew of him, just the nature of it was just so shocking. But as I was talking, my wife said when we first started dating, she said, do you remember he went with us a bunch of times, whether it was Pueblo Solis, where he was also the mayor.
Oh, my goodness.
He was like the mayor of Pueblo Solis.
Every time I was at Pueblo Solis, I saw McKenna. Every time.
He was the norm of Pueblo Solis, for sure. And after the shocking element, and some of the guys I work with at Fox, Andy Banker, Dave Sharp, they were like really good friends with him, and they were really upset. But then we started laughing. My wife, we were telling stories. He was fiery. He got into a fight with a girl one time, and he threw all of her clothes out on the front porch from that balcony, and everybody in the neighborhood knew what was going on. It was just like, everybody has a friend or two who's just, their emotions are on their sleeve. And I would say when it came, you know, for people listening that didn't know him well, his passion was real as opposed to what's going on now, which is so much fake crap.
I saw that passion at a charity hockey game we played at years ago. This goes back to the 90s. And as the media's in the locker room getting ready to play the Blues alumni, you know, we're terribly out of shape, way too old to be doing this. Before we hit the ice, he peels off his shirt and his pads and does like 50 push-ups and then jumps up and gives us all a big flex, like, let's go. And the rest of us were saying, is there a beer in here we can have or something? And he was just absolutely just fiercely competitive in that way. But if you met him, you just couldn't forget him. He was one of those guys you just couldn't forget because he was such a unique and fascinating personality.
I don't know if it would be accurate to say, but I feel like he had he was in the midst of his second chapter, so to speak. The first chapter was his career as an athlete. Doug, you made reference to how great of a soccer player he was, and then working in sports media, specifically sports radio. And then he left sports radio, worked with the late, great Jeff Burton, actually, at 590 The Man. And that was in 2014. You know, that situation, not because of Brian or Jeff, did not work out. And he was pretty much done with the whole thing, was diagnosed with melanoma, had a situation. I went back and listened to the podcast, which Brian and I recorded the morning after the Blues beat the Sharks to go to the Stanley Cup Finals. So this was from 2019, May of 2019. So he was on an incredible high from that. And I listened to it twice over the weekend. And what stood out to me was, because I was wondering how he went from sports talk radio guy to truly, like, this wasn't like, oh, I'll have an opportunity for a photo op or I'll be able to post about it on social media. This was his calling, this charity. And he went in to get treatment, and he went into Children's Hospital and saw kids who he, were 6 months old, a year old, and he's like, how can I have a pity party for myself? I've got to do something. And then he told the story that we played there about going into the church, and he decided that his treatment for his cancer was going to be charity. And that's what he had been doing for more than a decade, because the cancer started in 2014, and he had multiple treatments. So here's a guy who's battled cancer, and continued to overcome it, was beloved, all of this time dedicated to charity. And I mean, I'm talking about charities all over the place. This school that's at the corner of Tam and Donovan, Donovan and Nottingham, Nottingham School. He would go up there. That was for, he just became a figure there. But like you said, Martin, the mayor of St. Louis Hills, Francis Park, St. Gabriel. But it was so much about charity. And that's truly who he became, and an inspiring figure in the face of truly, real form of adversity, because that surgery that he had on the melanoma caused him real damage. And as opposed to becoming a recluse, he actually became a true philanthropist. So the last decade or so, inspiring. And that's who he was, and that's why he was beloved, and that's why and I was over on Tam and Nottingham last night over at my parents' house. There's a shrine out in front of his place.
Was it?
With the flag of Ireland, and on the sidewalk, your vibe attracts your tribe. That was his saying, and he started a charity around that, and that's why he was beloved, an absolute beloved figure. Taking the sports media thing out of it, I realize that's why some people would know him, but because of the manner with which he carried himself, his sense of humor, and his selflessness, that's why people, I think in particular, loved him.
I think even before he got sick, one of his big causes was always the police. Yeah. He was always doing events. In fact, Andy Banker said he saw him like a week or two ago when they were at a Bourbon and Badges, some kind of fundraiser for backstoppers or for police officers. So every cop in town knew Brian, and he was passionate about backing the blue. And again, like somebody who had a passion, even in dealing with cancer, he was still passionate about it. He came in the old 590 one day, and he had like an eye patch on, and he had all kinds of jokes about it. He was still going through treatment, but he couldn't walk in the room without, even when he was dealing with some stuff that, he didn't look as good as he wanted to look, he was making jokes about it as he walked in the door. And nobody laughed harder at their own joke than Brian.
Right, he loved his own humor.
He would get you, and I'm like, that was pretty funny. Like, I still didn't laugh as hard as he laughed.
Right. Well, did he lose an eye or lose his vision? Or
No,
I mean, it was really bad.
Yeah, I think it was just the skin cancer. There were things, surgeries done near the eye, and that was part of that battle.
Because the melanoma was an aggressive form that was close to his brain, and so they had to have this procedure. And the original doctor, he talks about it in the podcast, that there was a real problem with it, and so he had a different surgeon then tend to it. But that's what caused the issues. But yeah, I mean, he's battling that over and over and over and over again, and continues to have this spirit, which is just so admirable, so inspiring. I don't know how many times I used the word inspiring when I was listening to that conversation over the weekend. But again, universally beloved. He will be missed. Brian McKenna passing away at the age of 61. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. You are welcome to participate in the program by texting in 314-399-9646. You can call in 314-974-0101, and you can email in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling is online at designairservice.com. I'm a client. Martin's a client. Doug's a client. We welcome you to become a client as well. Doug, the forecast is glorious, isn't it?
It's pretty nice, right up until possible rain on Thursday, I think, for the home opener. But I think the next 2 days is supposed to be pretty good.
I don't see that. I see 68 degrees, no precipitation. 78 degrees on Friday and sunny. 72 degrees on Saturday. Only one day with possible precipitation. Highs in the 60s throughout the week, and then the 70s on Friday and Saturday. Design Air Heating and Cooling. Seth Goldcamp will take great care of you with any heating and cooling issues you may have. Online at designairservice.com, the longest-running sponsor on TMA. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
In the market for a new car, but you're not sure what you're going to get approved for? Well, Auto Loan Pro is going to help you get into the car of your choice. They can do it by going online. You can do it by going online, autoloanpro.com. In addition to working with over 50 different lenders, they're going to work hard to get you the best rate possible. In addition to that, you can learn about the credit industry. How does it all work? It is rather confusing. What they've done at autoloanpro.com is put together a free playbook. Download that playbook, and it will explain things to you that will help you throughout the rest of your life. In addition to getting you into a new car with little to no money down, it's the Auto Loan Pro. When you're looking for a car, that's the only thing you need to know. Choose the Auto Loan Pro. Great website. Robert Thomas, friend of the show, he is on there, the free playbook. Download it by going to the website, autoloanpro.com. Find out what car you can afford, and then the next time around, maybe it's a little different. Time after that, a little different by understanding how the entire process works. Autoloanpro.com, Auto Loan Pro, part of the Lita family.
Welcome back to TMA, presented by Brown & Crouppen, 101 ESPN, youtube.com/TMASTL. The chat in the YouTube channel brought to you by Michelob Ultra. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. If you're going to be out there shaving strokes in this beautiful weather, enjoy it with a Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the YouTube chat here on The Morning After. We always welcome you to participate in the program by texting in 314-399-9646, by calling in 314-974-0101, and, of course, emailing in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Doug, the Blues played 2 games over the weekend. They didn't play great by their own description, and yet they picked up all 4 points, and they said, we might have a hot baby.
There's definitely a hot baby, and we're going to win this baby. We're going to get in the playoffs, and we're going to have a nice little run because they're playing as well as anyone in the league right now. I didn't think they played very well yesterday at all. And still won.
Saturday, the second period was brutal, but Joel Hofer kept the Blackhawks out.
Yeah, and yesterday it was Bennington who did it. It felt like the opposite of that Pittsburgh game.
Yes.
Where it felt like the Blues were better than the Penguins, but somehow could never catch up. And the same thing happened this weekend where the other team might have had the better of the play most of the game, but the Blues still found a way to win thanks to some good goaltending. And when you're hot, good things happen. And we are hot. And when you get hot, you can win this baby.
Nice.
12-2-2 since the old Four Nations break, and beaten Nashville. That was sort of imperative last week. The 3 games against the Predators, and we were in Nashville on Saturday, and then the Preds beat Berube and the Leafs, and all the Toronto people like, terrible loss, worst loss of the season. So, anybody can beat anybody. Predators did it to the Leafs, granted on home ice, but now you've done 2 out of 3 against Nashville. You've had all these home games, and they still, 4 of the next 6 are at home. So you still got a chance to just keep piling up the wins at home. I mean, Bolduc, we weren't talking about him at all. And then Montgomery takes over.
Yeah.
And I think that was part of the take your shirt off. Wasn't that the Bolduc game?
That's correct.
Where he had a couple of goals as Monty took over.
Take your shirt off.
Oh, come on.
That's kind of when the season turned, Doug. It really didn't kick in till now, but we'd like to point to that as the early...
That was the moment.
The early moment that this team sort of... But Bolduc's the one cross-checking people yesterday, defending their teammates. And I think when the Blues have been bad, we always point to a moment where, like, somebody gets roughed up and nobody does anything. They just kind of skate by, and that always kind of ticks you off. It's like, God, where's the passion for this? Even though Bolduc might get, punished for that, I thought that was a significant moment, too, where, Doug, they're sticking up for each other.
Yeah.
They want a baby.
Nathan Walker is all over the place.
Yeah.
He'll fight anybody, lose a tooth, score a goal. I think John Kelly called it the Barkley Plager hat trick, where he had a goal assist and lost a tooth. That was on Saturday. Broberg's playing very well. They're getting contributions from everybody. Falk with a real snipe for the third goal yesterday with the heck of a shot in the upper corner.
I heard Kerbs ask Walker about the tooth. He said, it doesn't matter. It was one of my fake ones. Yeah. Didn't matter.
Which do you think is the pivotal game there? I'm thinking Nashville.
Yeah, I think the pivotal game going to be Nashville.
Oh, okay.
I dug that they'll get another chance to take them on Thursday. Montreal tomorrow. So your standings here, the Blues now sitting at 81 points, and they're just as close to the Minnesota Wild with the top wild card spot as they are to the Calgary Flames. They are 4 points up on the Flames, 4 points back of the Wild, 5 points up now on Vancouver, and 6 points up on Utah. And the key here, and this is the thing to monitor, is the games in hand. The Blues have played more games than anybody else in the NHL. Nobody has played more than 72 games. The Flames have 3 games in hand, the Canucks 2 games in hand, Utah 2 games in hand, and Minnesota 2 games in hand. But the Blues now have bridged the gap on the Canucks because the Blues are 5 points up on Vancouver. So even with those games in hand, Vancouver would not be able to catch them. The one you keep an eye on, Calgary. Calgary is playing well. They have won 3 straight.
Yeah. 10 more to play for the Blues, so there's 20 points out there. You figure if they get 14, that ought to be enough to get them
95 points.
Yeah, that should get them in. 14, I would think. And some of those games in hand, it could possibly work in their favor, where the Blues are going to get some breathers now. They're done with the back-to-back games for the rest of the year. Some of these teams like Calgary is going to have a lot of games jammed into a short amount of time. Might wear them out a little bit. So just because they have games in hand doesn't necessarily mean those are points. At least that's what the Blues are going to be hoping. So they're in really good shape right now. They've really done themselves 8-1-1 in their last 10. So They've done what a lot of people didn't think it was possible to do. We said that in order to get there, they're going to have to go on some huge winning streak, and this is exactly what they've done.
And you're kind of in this bridge season or transition. I forget what this one was labeled. We get all these teams kind of changing what was the Blues or the Cardinals is now a transition. Before it was a reset, but the Blues are in this weird period too where they're trying to stay competitive but also look to the future. And you're able to sprinkle in a Dalibor Dvorsky, who's like one of your future, hopefully one of your future stars, and he just gets to go out there and play in a game that's extremely meaningful. I mean, that's like a bonus for them to sprinkle in some of these young guys.
They fit right in nicely.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure if Armstrong could script it, like this is the perfect way. Make a run. We didn't mortgage the future, and now we're even getting to see a little bit of the future during this stretch run. All of it without Colton Parayko, which is what's crazy. I think it was a week ago we talked to Kerber about it, getting him back in time for the playoffs. Even mixing up the lines, finally, Monty did, I think, out of necessity on Saturday. But this team, you didn't want to mess with it. Everything's going well, but you've got Dvorsky now in the mix. You got Parayko down the road.
You might get Snipes.
Buchnevich missed the last 2 games, and they won both without him. Dvorsky's only 19 years old.
19 years old.
And looked like he'd played a year and a half in the league when you saw him yesterday.
When Suter made his debut, Dvorsky was 123 days old. Mm-hmm. Fun facts for no one to tell. The Blues are hot. The Cardinals suck. Doug's looking good. Do you want to grab dinner sometime? That's from Diddles the Piddles.
Gosh, I'm not hungry right now.
Air Comfort Service. But if you were hungry, you would join Diddles the Piddles. Where would you go?
I'm here to tell you, I gained 6 pounds in 2 days. I went on some Mucinex for this cough thing, and I gained 6 pounds in 2 days. I didn't eat anything different. Nothing.
What'd you have?
Nothing.
You have some White Castle?
No. I ate the normal stuff. In fact, I even ate less because I saw what was happening on the scales. And what's happening?
Mucinex and waffle fries, if you please.
I didn't have any of that.
Mucinex and waffle fries.
I didn't mix it with the waffle fries. I didn't mix it with anything. I have no other explanation. So, no, I won't be eating dinner for a while.
Diddles the Piddles, I'm sorry. Doug will not join you. I will, though, if you don't mind, your second choice.
Well,
I thought it sounded like Doug could give an opening there,
No.
Like you weren't hungry right now, but now that you seem to have ruled it out.
If I can get off the Mucinex and drop this 6 pounds that I picked up in 2 days, maybe then I'll go have some chow.
With Diddles the Piddles?
Possibly, if he's paying.
Right.
If he's paying.
How about the Patty Maroon send-off in St. I guess nobody knew that he was going to retire, and then he told Panger during the pregame.
Yeah.
The Blackhawks pregame, and then it became evident. I think Shen even said he didn't know till the game kind of played out. So Maroon plays his final St. Louis game. He gets into a fight, and fans are kind of cheering for him.
Yeah.
And had he scored, he nearly scored.
He did.
They said the crowd would have been sort of conflicted because you got to win the game, but it would be kind of cool if he scored a goal.
And then the Blues made him the #1 star following the game, which allowed him to sit there and talk it over with Jamie Rivers. Very emotional following the game. Here is the Blues giving him the #1 star.
And today's first star, a 2019 Stanley Cup champion, St. Louis native, and hometown hero, number 77, Patrick Maroon.
And here's what Maroon had to say following the game regarding the Blues making him the #1 star.
I was shocked what the Blues did for me tonight. They didn't have to do that. Obviously, I've been talking about it amongst my wife and my family, and I've done everything I could in this league, and I have no regrets. And just having a conversation with Panger kind of blew up, so I got word. But first, I want to thank the St. Louis Blues organization for really making this night really special for me and my family.
36 years old now, 3 Stanley Cups, went to another one, didn't win it. Scored a goal yesterday.
Yeah, he did. He was the #3 star last night for the Blackhawks in their win.
Yeah.
Back-to-back days of Patty Maroon being in the top 3. I don't know if that's happened in a while. But he is, and Pang talked about this, that guy is destined for the set on TNT. That's where he's going. Bet my Red Ryder. Anybody want to wager my Red Ryder?
Is that a bicycle or a wagon or a scooter?
Hopefully.
What are you
BB
using
gun.
now to get to work?
BB gun.
Oh, BB gun, okay.
Yeah. Nobody wants it.
No, I think that
Tank talked about it. He's going to be awesome. I mean, you put him on the set with Biz, that's going to be
Biz Nasty.
Biz Nasty, that's right. Okay. That'll be like NBA on TNT.
Well, he's had a heck of a career for a guy who, admittedly, he wasn't the most gifted offensive player, and yet he certainly found a niche. He made himself valuable to every team he was on and was a big part of 3 championship teams.
I forgot Monty coached him last year.
Yeah.
So he beat Montgomery with that Game 7 goal because Montgomery is the Dallas coach. And he said, I had him last year in Boston, which I totally forgot that Maroon was in Boston last year with Montgomery. And you think about going back, I mean, was Armstrong ever close to they were going to maybe cut him there? That things just weren't going well, and all of a sudden it turned for the team and Maroon, but there was a real moment there where just things weren't working out for that signing that they had. That was probably like in January maybe of 2019, and then they go on that run. He's a hometown hero, wins all those cups. And I remember interviewing him when he was on the Bandits because Chaser called. Kelly Chase called and said, "Hey, dumbass, why aren't you covering the Bandits?" And I was like, I'm sorry, what? He said, get out there it was the Hardee's Ice Complex. And he goes, you got a local guy from Oakville. Jesus, stop talking about the Cardinals. Go out and interview this guy. And it's Pat Maroon, and the coach was John Cooper of the St. Louis Bandits.
Like
now considered the best coach in the league.
And I'm like, oh, what's your name, Mr.? Oh, John. Was it? I'm sorry. Spell that Cooper. Okay. Oh, who's it, Pat? Oh, you're from where? And then you think about it years later, those guys are just out at the ice complex, which is gone. Yeah. John Cooper and Patty Maroon.
Maroon's been with 8 different teams now. So I expect he knows everyone in the league at this point.
Can you name the 8 teams Patty Maroon?
I think I can because I'm looking at it.
I think I can.
Right, Martin's going to do it from memory.
I'm going to say Oilers and Ducks, those 2 for sure. Blues, Blackhawks. I got it. The Lightning, Bruins.
Yeah. 6.
Now is there a return to it? Did he?
No.
Are they all 8?
Doug.
There's 2 more.
Edmonton, Anaheim. He's up that way. I think he was in Canada. But that's probably it for the Canadian.
You ready for initials?
I think I am.
M.
Minnesota Wild.
Yes, and now there's one more. NJ.
New Jersey?
Yes.
Really?
I don't remember the Jersey stints.
Minnesota, I should have known. I do not remember New Jersey.
How long was he with the Devils?
He was there in 2017 and 18 for 17 games.
Okay.
A brief stop.
Yeah. But if you were a real hockey fan, you'd have known that.
Yeah, that's
nice.
Fair.
Jackson knew it.
Going back 7 years, 17 games.
I had to keep my words to myself there.
He was there about a month.
Bite my tongue.
And you guys missed it.
17 years.
Flyers, dumbass! That's from Chairman Steve in Wildwood.
I love it.
I was about to go to Sergeant Major Rose, Chairman Kurt, but he just dropped on the Callier and Thompson phone lines.
Yeah, he dropped about 5 seconds after I hit send on that.
Boom!
Text, so.
Sergeant Major Rose in the Callier and Thompson phone lines. 314-974-0101. Text in 314-399-9646. An email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. And now Chairman Steve says, I'm the dumbass. Never mind.
Yeah, it wasn't Flyers. He never played for the Flyers.
Now Harrison's brother Master says, Flyers, you idiots. What's going on?
It wasn't the Flyers.
The whole time I thought it was the Flyers, too.
It's not listed here on his stats.
Jackson, did he play for the Flyers?
They play in Philadelphia, as you well know.
Yeah.
And so
it's Anaheim, Edmonton, New Jersey.
It does not look like he ever played for the Philadelphia Flyers.
What if NHL.com is wrong?
Yeah.
I'm looking on here on the old.
I don't think he played for the Flyers.
He didn't. No, he's currently on the Blackhawks.
Well, that we established.
Sure. He was drafted. Hold on now.
He was drafted by the Flyers.
Drafted by the Flyers.
He had 27 goals one year with Edmonton.
Is that right?
Yeah.
That's someone else.
That's a big year.
He was a B prospect. Yep.
Okay.
But never played for the Flyers. Got traded to the Ducks.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's Jackson breaking down the career of Pat Maroon.
It's fun with history, that's what it is.
ESPN. Sergeant Major Rose is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Sergeant Major.
Fellas, I just want to share with you a brief story about Brian. I'm really awesomely thankful that you guys talked about him this morning. What an amazing person. We lost my sister back in 23 to cancer. And while all that was going on, Brian, not only did he send encouraging messages to my mother, but he took the time to come up to St. Louis University Hospital to visit with us. And this is in the hype, while he was still kind of going through his own stuff. So there's not many genuine people in the world, and this man, I don't think, ever met a stranger. And he was absolutely a phenomenal human being. And the world could use a lot of those right now.
Yeah, very true.
Amen,
Very true.
Sergeant Major
Thank you.
Rose.
It absolutely broke my heart to hear how this happened, considering everything he's been through. And it just, I guess it reinforces the old saying that it's not in our time, but in his time. So,
yeah. Just got to live every day to the fullest. You never know how much time you got left. That's for sure.
And I'll tell you what, that man absolutely did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the truth, brother. You're right on that.
Every time I rotated back into St. Louis to visit family, he and I would catch up at LeGrand's, and we'd sit on the patio and drink a six-pack Ultra and talk about anything and everything. It was one of the most. I look forward to coming home strictly just to catch up with Brian. It was absolutely just a great person, and the stories were, as you know them all. They were just phenomenal, and I still think the greatest moment ever. And I know this is not the time that when he was with KFNS and the whole Dan Marshall thing. I thought that was one of the funniest things that I'd ever heard about on radio.
He was all about justice. He was all about justice. He was going to make sure somebody paid or somebody answered if they did something wrong. You know, my cousin John just texted me. He said, "Don't forget." He used to tell us if we were having a beer at the famous bar, it was weights before dates and curls for girls. He was like, before we'd go out, he's like, "Marty, before you pick me up, I got to do some curls."
It was that, and the line that I loved the best when he would do his live remotes at Trophy Room, where the hand to gland combat, when he would talk about the guys going home from Trophy Room all by themselves. It was, he was just a priceless individual, and he's going to be really missed. So, but love you guys. Thank you for remembering a great man and a great person, and of course the St. Louis audience and what they do in respect to Brian and what he meant to the community. It just speaks volumes about our hometown.
Amen. Thank you, Sergeant Major Rose, for the call and the tribute to Brian McKenna. That's Sergeant Major Rose on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. You're welcome to.
I was going to say, I remember when Brian talked his way onto the Oprah Winfrey show. Do you remember that?
Yeah, he brought his mom.
He brought his mother to Chicago, told him they were going shopping, and he happened to score Oprah Winfrey tickets. But he had previously talked to a producer, I guess, and told him the story of his mother who'd raised these 8 or 9 kids, I guess, and did a remarkable job with all of them. And so during the middle of the Oprah show, she calls Brian and his mother up out of the audience onto the stage, and he reads this long love letter he'd written to his mother about what she meant to him, and she was in tears, and half the audience was in tears. Really an incredible moment.
I totally forgot about that.
Yeah. Oh, it's his Facebook headline picture. Is him
is that right?
With Oprah Winfrey.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I heard Bernie Miklasz with Tom Ackerman yesterday, and he was just saying, nobody gets to pick how their life ends, or he said this one just seemed particularly unfair. And I thought that was accurate. I wasn't around during the early days of sports radio, like when it first launched, right? And it was
he started at KSP. Yeah.
That was what, 93, 92, 90? Okay.
Yep.
The early days.
Yeah.
Yeah, right there on Hampton.
That's correct.
Ironically,
That's exactly
the same
right.
road where
That's exactly right.
His life would end.
You are welcome to give your thoughts, tributes to Brian McKenna, 314-399-9646 on the Stiefel dossier. Chris Kerber is going to join us at 8:15. And starting this week, every Monday, Brad Thompson of 101 ESPN and the Cardinal broadcast team is going to be with us. He's with us at 8:45 as the Cardinals finalize the regular season roster. Some surprises and some strangeness. We'll have that for you coming up. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. The weather outside is warming up and you start spending time outdoors. This is the time to start working with Aesthetic Design and Build. Online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. I've gotten to know Dan and his team. Checked out their showroom, as a matter of fact, in Chesterfield Valley. They walked me through all the different types of custom work that they are capable of doing, from a full-on custom deck, adding on a pergola, or even looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens. They really do have answers for it all, and it's custom work. They truly are a design company that can think outside the box and offer unique solutions and designs for your outdoor living projects. Ready to take your outdoor space to the next level? Dan and his team at Aesthetic Design and Build have you covered. Call them at 636-532-5008 or visit them online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com and let them know I sent you their way.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues win yesterday 4-1 over the Nashville Predators. Off today for the Blues, back in action tomorrow as they take on the Montreal Canadiens. That game will pregame right here on 101 ESPN at 6 p.m., puck dropping at 7 p.m. That was their Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. Yeah. Bring it to the loo.
Thank you, Doug. TMA 101 ESPN and YouTube. YouTube.com/TMA-STL. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos. And if you want to call into the program, you can do so by calling 314-974-0101. Victor Scott is your starting center fielder on opening day against the Minnesota Twins. He makes the roster, and he's hungry.
Yeah. How could he not be? How could they have possibly come to any conclusion other than this? He had by far the best spring of anybody down there. He looks like a totally different hitter than what we saw briefly last year. Swinging with power. He had 4 home runs. He hit 349. He's one of the few guys that hit all spring. I don't know how they could have come to any other conclusion but this. I'm happy that they did.
How could you ever have a spring training again where you'd say, oh, we'll see how so-and-so looks this? You can't. If a guy goes out and does what he did, not only hit 349, he had 4 homers.
Yeah, he raked last week when the decision was on the line.
I think they pivoted. I know Katie Wu had the report, and it sounded like he was kind of the odd man out, and it was more about putting Donovan in left, therefore Newt's in center. I think they realized in the last week, maybe less, there's no way we can do this. You can't look at a kid that's done everything you've asked, that you're somewhat high on, and say, okay, yeah, just you can leave now.
Really? Ali Marmol was asked about the decision because that is correct, Martin. It was going to be Siani. Siani is on the team, but Scott is the starting center fielder. And Marmol said yesterday, you tell someone to go work on something, and he comes and does exactly that. You have to reward that. Scott has earned that spot. He's the center fielder, and he's going to play. At the end of every month, we'll evaluate and sit him down. We'll have conversations, and we'll go from there. But this isn't you got 2 weeks to show what you're capable of doing. It's not that. So he said, hey, if you're going to tell somebody to do something, then they do it, and then you don't reward them. What kind of message would that send?
Yeah. The bigger concern is that some of their key players hit next to nothing all spring.
Name 4.
Well, Wynn hit 80. His batting average was 80.
So 480 or 380?
80.
Okay. Not 280?
Arenado 195, Gorman 189,
Gorman got his eye back.
Walker 161, Siani 95. I mean, these guys hit nothing all spring.
Now that's your opinion.
Well, and the opinion of the people that kept track of it.
They love the fans, not money.
Wynn also had 16 strikeouts, 50 at-bats, a worse ratio than Gorman, who got his eye back. He had 12. Gorman had 12 Ks in 53 at-bats. And I am anxious, Brad Thompson, who was down there but also played in the big leagues. How do you judge numbers? Does it matter more for Wynn, who's younger, or Arenado, who's older, and you're worried is he going to get it back? You know, how do you apply that number? Does it matter if you're a veteran or not?
You spin it however you want if you're the club.
Exactly.
With Arenado, well, he was just seeing some things. We know what he can do. We don't worry about numbers. With its Win, he's a young kid. He's still coming up. We trust him. All our faith is in him. I understand how you want to play Win all the time. I don't think it'd be right to put him at the top of the lineup right now.
You going Victor Scott?
Absolutely.
Hungry.
If Win is not hitting, do you want him to have more at-bats than anyone else on the team? It's not like he's hitting line drives that are right at people all spring. He's not even making contact. And that's what you want as your leadoff hitter? Come on.
I was less surprised that Victor Scott made the team and was named the starting center fielder. I was less surprised by that move than the one where they said Matz is going to the bullpen. I have no problem with it at all, but I'm surprised that they did that. Yeah. I just thought that everyone's kind of penciled in, All right, Michaelis, Matz, Fetty, Gray, we got our guys, Palante. I can't believe they said to Steven Matz, okay, you're going to the bullpen. I mean,
I thought the biggest surprise was McGreevy not making the roster.
You were surprised, though? I mean, I'm disappointed, but I was not surprised.
I thought he was going to make. I mean, when you're talking about rewarding a guy on the position side of things with Victor Scott, Michael McGreevy, 16 2/3 spring training innings with a 1.08 ERA and a whip of .60. I mean,
why would you want that on your team?
No, I hate it, but I thought it was coming.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I thought he was going to make the team, especially since they talked about the 6-man rotation, but they wanted Liberatore to know that he was a starter, even though he also will pitch out of the bullpen. I mean, at the core, and this is something former Cardinal Andy Bennis, and I don't know what got into Andy Bennis, but God bless him. I'm a big Dandy Beans fan. Doug, are you a Dandy Beans fan?
Yes.
He's decided to go to, when you go to, you take to social media, you don't tweet, you take to social media. Andy Bennis tweeted, the former Cardinal, he said, ultimately, the Cardinals are not good enough to win and not awful enough to have a major reset. Serious limbo, toughest place to be for an organization and really hard on the fan base. So I feel the pain and frustration as a lifelong Cardinal fan, but just have to enjoy watching the youth develop. That's the spot they're in. I would be so much more enthused about the season starting on Thursday if they were truly able to do whatever term they want to call it, but it's a rebuild. But they weren't, because they were not able to trade guys who I think deep down they wanted to trade. And so you're stuck with this purgatory that Bennis makes reference to.
Yeah.
And McGreevy is, of course, on the short end of the stick on that.
Well, you shouldn't have to be stuck on how to use them. For instance, Sonny Gray was one of the worst pitchers in all of spring training.
Again, that's your opinion.
ERA 12.56.
That's subjective.
He gave up 20 earned runs in 14 innings.
That's actually hard to do.
It is. And he's going to be the
when they would pull him when he would hit a pitch limit, and then they would bring him back out.
And he's going to be the opening day starter. Why? There's nothing that says he has to be the opening day starter. Why don't you reward somebody who's looked good instead of someone who's really struggling to find it?
But didn't you think he's going to open things up in Memphis?
It should be the opposite.
Why do you hate Memphis?
I don't hate anybody. Gray, sorry. Until you figure it out, you're going to be at the back of the starting rotation. McGreevy, you look the best. Why don't you take the ball opening day? Can we not just play the talent instead of the contract?
Lights turn red, B-Fib go wild.
It's frustrating to me to see people that perform extremely well and not be rewarded, and have others perform extremely poorly and are rewarded.
And Matt's pitched great this spring, but I love the fact they said to him, you're still not a starter, no matter how well you pitch. So they have it in them to make a tough call and tell a guy with a pretty good contract, okay, you're not part of the rotation. Why not do it again? I think maybe Fetty's the guy you could have moved even in this spring and just opened up a spot. Because McGreevy, again, I hate it. I think it sucks. It doesn't fit with what you're doing. He's a first-round pick. He pitched in college. He's not young by baseball terms. Get him out there. Last year, every time he pitched, he was great. This spring, every time he pitched, he was good. And yet you don't have a, quote, spot for him.
Well, with Matz, you figure in the first few weeks of the season anyway, these starters will be going 4 innings, and you're going to need somebody else to come in and hopefully give you another 2 or 3. So maybe Matz will be that guy every third or fourth day. I don't know. That's probably what they're thinking. Now, I don't think any of these guys are going to give you 7 or 8 innings right out of the gate. So you're going to need guys who can go a long time out of the bullpen, and I guess he's one of those guys that could.
Doug, it's spring training. Can we please stop acting like those stats matter? The vets are working on things. That's from Steven Time.
I know. That's what they'll tell you. That's what they'll tell you when they play the contract. Why even have it then? If it doesn't mean anything and you're not looking to see who's playing well and who's not playing well, what's the point?
Doug, whenever we have a bad segment, people need to understand we're working on things.
Okay.
That segment was just to kind of work on a few things.
Working on takes.
Working on takes.
Doug is an ornery old coot, but damn it, he isn't if he isn't spot on and cute. Sup, Doug? That's from Arbor Day. Wow, you're
Angry
being
old
flirted
coot.
with by Arbor Day.
And I already have a dinner date, too, earlier.
Yeah, that's what diddles the piddles.
Yeah.
You're having a big 7 o'clock hour here.
And I'm all the while just working on takes.
Andy Bennis is right. This time is in between a rebuild. It's a different type of product. I fear the team will play like those White Sox team with an aging Konerko, but good pitching and some decent young bats. Difference is, sadly, There is no Chris Sale type on this team. That is from the 314.
Okay, yeah, no Chris Sale, that's for sure. The one thing they do have going for them is a kind of weak division.
Now, what makes you say
kind of a weak? Well, they're already a game ahead of the Cubs. They haven't played yet. So it is possible if you could hang around the 500 mark, might be in this baby.
Hey, we're better than Chicago.
Well, we are right now.
Ollie, how does it feel to be ahead of Chicago at this point? Is it a little early to look at the standings?
Cubs are reeling. If we
I do think
just get off to
McGreevy,
a good start.
I hate that this is how it's handled, but I do think somebody will get hurt. They'll find a way, and he'll be up here. And I think once he gets here, then he'll stick and stay.
Someone always gets hurt. Every
Yes.
year, at least 2 starters get hurt somehow.
I have talked to people in the organization who felt like Libator has never really had a runway where it's been, all right, you start. Okay, now you're in the bullpen. Okay, start again. Now go back to the bullpen. And if you're truly finding out, quote, what you have, he would fall into that category.
Well, it turned out he was pretty good out of the bullpen. He was pretty effective. And so then they probably didn't want to move him out of there. But then they thought, wait a minute, we got this big guy that has the potential to be a frontline starter. We ought to give him another shot at that, and I guess that's what's going to happen.
You're welcome to give your thoughts. 314-399-9646. That's how you can text into the show. You are also welcome to call in. Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Coming up on the Stiefel dossier at 8:15, Chris Kerber with the Blues in this 6-game winning streak. And then at 8:45, making his debut for the upcoming baseball season, Brad Thompson of 101 ESPN will be with us every Monday. He is going to be with us at 8:45 on the Stiefel dossier. Then you have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That's coming your way at 10:50. We opened up today's show with our tribute to the late Brian McKenna. And joining us right now on the Collier and Thompson phone lines is his nephew, Ryan. Ryan, good morning. We are very, very sorry about your loss.
Yeah, thanks, Tim. First of all, we are better than Chicago.
Yes.
Thank you.
I just wanted to call in and tell the three of you thank you. The outpouring of support for Brian, as you all could see over the weekend on social media, has been pretty inspiring to our family. There are thousands of people who have shared amazing things Brian did for others, mostly privately and quietly. We all knew it. We knew the type of person he was. He, for us, he never cared about money, which was kind of a problem at times. But he cared about people, and he always said that his currency is helping others. You were right. I think, Martin, you said, or Doug, that he had 2 brothers named Kevin. He actually has 2 brothers named Bill. One of them's my dad, Bill. And Tim, you interviewed my dad, Bill, when he first got diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. This is pre-COVID. Mm-hmm. He's still alive somehow. That's another trait of McKenna's. It's they're fighters. He also had 3 sisters named Mary. I don't know if that's
maybe not doing good things for the Irish stereotype right now.
And one of the Billy McKenna's works with me over at Fox too.
That's right. Yeah. We call him Little Bill, and then my dad is Big Bill. I don't know if it was either my grandfather was either lazy or had drank too much Irish whiskey and forgot he had already named a kid one of those names. Also, I think Brian got a lot of notoriety, not just being on sports radio, because not a lot of people listen to dumb shows like yours.
Wow.
We could use that as a promo, though. We could use that as a promo.
But I think with J.C. Corcoran's show, a morning show, he reached a whole different audience that would listen to him every morning, and the antics of what Brian got into over the weekend. The sergeant major called in with one of Brian's one-liners. I think my favorite one he has a twin brother, Kevin, which is his best friend, who probably is hurting more than any of the other family members, as a twin would only know. But he would introduce Kevin to people and would say, "This is my twin brother, Kevin. We shared a one-room apartment."
Oh.
And then he would follow it up and say, "If you ever tell me you've been there, we're going to go." And he'd raise up his fist.
And I need that, like, Brian cackle, like,
It was infectious. You guys are right. That's not, after what he's been through, that is not the way anybody would envision for him to go. But I just wanted to call in again and say thank you to you three and to the St. Louis community and the thousands of people that have reached out to our family. We couldn't be more grateful.
That's very kind of you, brother. Thank you so much for calling in, Ryan.
Thank you, Tim.
Take it easy,
Take
man.
care.
It's Ryan McKenna with us here. Brian McKenna's nephew, and a great guy himself. It's brutal. And you know, circling back on that, and I know people can be just tuning in, and plenty podcast as well. But you know, I mean, here's a guy who battled cancer, for a decade, and then he's crossing the street on Hampton. 1 a.m. on Saturday morning, so Friday night, Saturday morning, and is hit by a car. And after all that he had been through, that's the way that he was killed. And it's incredibly, incredibly sad. And so many people in the area are heartbroken. I have, you know, growing up right at Tam and Nottingham, I have made that turn from Nottingham on to Hampton, I would think 3,000 times. And anytime I'm down there, and I was down there last night at my parents' house, saw right in front of McKenna's place the shrine that people in the neighborhood have created as a tribute to him. I've thought internally, I'm like, man, I don't know how there aren't more accidents. And sure enough, that's right where he was hit. It's not like a sharp turn, but for being Hampton and as busy as Hampton is, it's a busy section to have a turn like that. And if you're a pedestrian, man, is that a tough spot. So that's where it happened, and it's brutal.
Yeah,
and there's kind of a bend there, right on Hampton.
That's what I'm talking about.
If you're coming south on Hampton,
blind spot. Yeah,
there's kind of a dry cleaner-ish, the key place, and then it just kind of turns harsh.
The
to
driver
right.
was heading southbound on Hampton, and there's this turn, and I've always thought that. And late at night, that's what can happen. And unfortunately, that's exactly what did happen. You're welcome to call in with tributes like Ryan McKenna did, and like Sergeant Major Rose did to Brian McKenna throughout the course of the program. 314-974-0101. Plenty of texts coming in as well. 314-399-9646. And the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat active as well, with 300 people in there talking it over. That's youtube.com/TMASTL. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you, coming up on the Stiefel dossier in this Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. Chris Kerber and Brad Thompson making his first appearance on the show, as he will be a regular guest throughout the course of the Cardinal season, which gets underway here in 3 days. Doug, I know you love power rankings. The Athletic has just released their rankings of the best lineups in baseball, top to bottom. Who do you think is number one?
Dodgers.
Okay, that's right.
Is it?
Did you cheat, Doug?
No.
Yeah. How'd you get Dodgers just like that?
Because they're the best team, and they paid all this money for their players.
Okay. Where do you think the Cardinals are when you did your power
Best
rankings on
lineups.
lineup? This is lineup.
Oh, they'd be maybe 22, 23.
Martin, you want to fire a bet at the pot?
We got depth. We got double lead off. I'm going to go 25th.
Jackson Bennett Burkett watching Drake game film.
You still in the tank, Jackie?
No, I'm all right.
Are you sure?
Yeah, of
Martin,
course.
Martin,
Did you want
Martin
Drake?
will bring it out of you.
No, did you want? Oh, I got nothing to talk about. Did you want Drake? Did you want Drake to win again?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, I didn't know if that would make you feel
No,
better.
I actually like it. It pains me every time I see their name. Like when I would see their name on the bottom, like
Will you ever
still to play.
music by Drake again, or is that too
Yeah,
close?
the artist I can. Yeah, I can. If I can survive the Kendrick beef, I can survive a Missouri loss to school in Iowa.
You had trouble with the Kendrick beef, did
It
you?
was a tough moment for Drake stands out there, but either way, we're okay. 22 is my number, Tim.
That's what I
Chairman,
said.
you want to fire bet at the pot?
I'll say 34th.
34th.
Wow, that's going to be really tough.
Well, there's got to be a couple AAA teams with better lineups.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, only the Pirates, Marlins, and White Sox have a worse lineup than your 2025 St. Louis Cardinals.
So that would put them at 27th?
That's right. The Cardinals come up short as a team in slugging. In fact, DH Alec Burleson was the only Cardinal with 20 or more home runs last year. For the Cardinals offense to show improvement this year, they'll need breakout seasons from Jordan Walker and Lars Nootbaar, Mason Wynn, while hoping their veterans on the corners of Wilson Contreras and third baseman Nolan Arenado can have bounce-back years. There you go.
That's the hope. We're just putting them out there thinking things are going to be different. I don't know that they are.
Asked to be overpaid, and I say,
No, they can't anymore because they're not doing anything.
Who are you big on, Doug? Who are you bullish over?
I think maybe Burleson is a better player than we give him credit for.
He was for most of last year.
Yeah, he was the
Faded
best
down
hitter
the
they
stretch.
had.
Led him in RBIs, but I think it was only like 78.
Yeah.
It's kind of a problem.
Well, there weren't a lot of guys on base oftentimes.
I'm going to wear my Drake hoodie when I come over to meet Jackson on Thursday. That's from the 515. Jackson, you got a date with some guy?
I know. Who's coming over to
I
meet
don't know.
me?
I just read what's in the prompter.
It's a blind date.
God.
Ooh, that's hot. You got a blind date on Thursday with a guy from the 515?
Did he
Where the
sound
hell's
tall?
the 515? Where's the 515?
That's Iowa.
Is it Iowa?
Yeah, Central.
Someone coming down from Drake.
Oh, wow.
Hard pass.
Has the coach left yet?
Ben
The
McCollum
coach?
is going to Iowa.
Yes,
Is that
he's going
official?
to. Yes, that was just announced by Pete Thamel about 20 minutes ago.
Oh, I was wondering.
Oh, is it? I mean, it was,
It was
talked about
theorized
over
by
the weekend.
Jeff Borzello originally
You
kind
talk about Jeff Borzello.
Okay.
reported it, but Pete Thamel is saying that they have agreed to a deal to make Ben McCollum the school's next head coach.
I don't know why Martin got an opportunity to drive 6.5 hours to Wichita on Thursday and then back 6.5 hours on Friday. And
You didn't stay and shoot it for the weekend?
Chose not to. Not to. Did go to the Legoland, though, in Kansas City. My older son is obsessed with Legos, and so...
I'm glad you clarified that wasn't for you, that you went to Lego.
maybe it was for me, and maybe it's maybe I'm...
It's a cover.
But got home, and I have no idea why we did this. And my wife, God bless her, Fight Tiger, true son...
Yeah, true. What they say, true daughter, right?
Is that what they say?
I think so.
You've got one day at Legoland. How will you fill it?
Of the three of us in the building, I had to like kind of calm down my wife.
Oh no!
And my son. And my wife's turning, she goes, "What's going on?" I go, "Well, this is kind of the deal with the NCAA tournament. This is how these teams win. They kind of have some, things happen that, I mean, Drake hit just goofball shots and Missouri couldn't hit anything. And that's the way that the, lesser teams get through. But for whatever reason, we watched the first half again because I'm like, while we're in the building, I couldn't, you don't hear the broadcast. But the whole time I'm thinking, why isn't Missouri working the ball inside? And going back and watching the game, one of the reasons why was because they didn't have anybody set up inside. No. And for the life of me, I don't know what that was about. Guess what Texas Tech did in disposing of Drake with no issue on Saturday night?
They went inside of the big guy.
Yeah, 23 of their first 25 points were from their big men. And I think they combined for 53, two guys.
Yeah, JT Toppin
and
Darion.
So
was it a mouse in the house? Were they screaming
Oh my
that?
God! Yes.
And I bet Texas. Once I went back and watched it, I go. I mean, and then, hey, tip of the cap to Drake. They did play some great defense. Bennett Sturt's fun to watch for real. But I mean, Dennis Gates has to wear that in a major way. That was bad with the whole coaching staff. There are 30 of them. To not just take advantage of the clear. I don't know what that was about. Now, from a gambling standpoint, it was wonderful because, barring another weird set of circumstances, Texas Tech was going to win that game easily, and Drake's overvalued because they beat Missouri, and so that was an easy bet to win. But just really disappointing to not. And hey, you know what? You take a look at the bottom of that bracket, you would have been playing Arkansas if you could have gotten past Drake and Texas Tech. And I know it's like, oh, well, if they could have gotten past Drake and Texas Tech, but there's no reason that they couldn't got past Drake and Texas Tech. They just came out and didn't have an offensive game plan. And for whatever reason, tortured ourselves and went back to watch it, and that was the case. I don't know what to say about it.
Problem is they don't have, like, you going to give it to Josh Gray? Like, he can't dribble. He can't.
Well, they made a commitment to start the second half to get the ball in Mark Mitchell's hands.
Yeah, that would have been a better move, but he's only, 6'7", 6'8".
He's 6'9".
6'9", is that what they have Mitchell listed at? All right.
Yeah, that's what Toppin is.
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely would have gone to Mark Mitchell more down low. I don't like him backing down from 20 feet.
What Missouri did effectively when they were on their run in January and February was they would either get the ball inside and those guys would go off, or because of the penetration, defense would collapse and then they'd kick it out and that would give Grill or Bates the open looks. And instead, they were fadeaway threes and then the guards charge into the basket, throwing up crap, hoping to get fouled. I just don't know what the plan was.
I don't think there was one. It's accidental offense.
And so
it's
Texas Tech, to their credit, they're like, okay. And Texas Tech was going up against a team in the first round. I doubt many people watched it. UNC Wilmington with some actual size. You know what they did in the first game? They threw up a bunch of threes. What they do when they were going up against a team without size? They worked the ball inside. That's a game plan.
It's too complicated.
I don't know.
Mouse in the house.
Mouse in the house.
Right.
Yeah, Drake, all they have is mice. That's what you do, baby.
It's mice.
All they have is mice. That's
all
what
they
you
have
do,
is
baby.
mice.
Draw it on the chalkboard on the
Put somebody in the house.
Yes.
Hey, Chris Kerber's going to join us coming up at 8:15. Brad Thompson at 8:45. Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
As this weather starts to turn from spring into the summer, and you heard us talk about this when we were going from the fall into the winter about making sure that you get that furnace maintained by Classic Air Care. Well, it's the same thing you want to do with that air conditioning unit. If you haven't had it serviced in a while, make sure that they come out. They do a service check for you. They make sure that it's ready to go for the heat. Some of the basic things you can do are just simply change your air filter. Yep, that actually is a great piece of maintenance that you can do on your own to make sure that this thing is running well. And they're going to come out. They have air filters on their website. You can get them delivered right to your house. You don't even have to think about it. It comes to your door. You go, oh, yeah, this is what I need to change today. And you change the air filter out. They've got membership service plans, which get you priority scheduling. And if anything does go wrong, They're going to be out there to fix it because that's what they do. Classic Air Care. You can set up appointments on classicaircare.com. They take care of my house. They'll be out here to make sure that it's ready to go for the summer. They will take care of your house as well. Book an appointment online. Check out their 4.8 Google rating. Order those air filters. Get a maintenance service plan, and make sure that you're ready to go for the summer. Classic Air Care. Making people comfortable since 1926.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour, and it's our pleasure to welcome to the program on the Collier and Thompson phone lines, the voice of the Blues, Chris Kerber. Morning, Kerbs.
Morning, Tim. How are you today?
Wonderful. How are you doing, man?
Man, things are good. Things are all right.
I am in awe of what we have seen here since the Four Nations, and it was able to carry over this weekend. But as you noted on the broadcast, talked about what Gritty was Saturday's win over the Blackhawks, and Gutty was yesterday. Am I correct? Was that the order, Gritty and Gutty? Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, so that way we don't have to use the same adjective 2 games in a row. So if Gritty was Saturday night, gutsy is what we put for yesterday.
That's okay. But I mean, here they are. They acknowledged it didn't necessarily have their game, and yet they were able to get it done. And so this just continues as we see the Blues in the midst of this 6-game streak. Specific to this weekend, Kerbs, what stood out to you?
Well, I think the thing that has to jump off the page at you, Tim, is the fact that they won both those games and they weren't playing their best hockey. Mm-hmm. I mean, if there's one thing I saw over the weekend, I think fatigue started to kick in a little bit. They're in a stretch. Yesterday was game 7 of what will be 10 games in 18 days. It was their last back-to-back of the season, so that's a positive there. But now, taking advantage of your schedule a bit as well, when they hit a bit of that fatigue point, they weren't playing Colorado and Winnipeg and Vegas or Washington, right? They're playing Chicago and Nashville, but that's okay. I mean, the schedule works that way for you sometimes as well, and that's kind of the way it has to be. But having said that, they still found ways to get wins. They got great goaltending in both games. They needed it. You need goaltending when you have that situation come up. They got timely scoring. They got some power play goals. Yeah, they gave up a power play goal yesterday, but the penalty killing still was a key factor in winning that game. So, to me, they're winning games and finding ways to win games even when they're not at their best, and that's starting to show a little mental maturity of this group.
What did you think of the way Dvorsky played in his debut?
He was okay. I mean, I think it's a good debut for Dalibor. First off, cool story with his dad actually being able to be there, isn't it? I mean, sometimes when you get a call-up of a guy from Europe and, he plays in his first NHL game, the chances of their parents being able to be there are not very good. Well, his dad happened to be in Springfield visiting him anyway, was supposed to fly home to Slovakia yesterday, but obviously came to St. Louis instead. So that's a cool story there. But he played 10 minutes, Doug. He set up the one power play goal, which is good, even though he didn't get an assist on it. Made a great play off the wall there, and had a pretty level stat line for that first game. But here's the one thing that I don't do. I never look very much or very far into somebody's NHL debut. That's just one game that you enjoy, you get out of the way, and then you build from there. But it was a cool moment to see him get called up.
Yeah, they must be comfortable with him playing in key games anyway. They trust him to be a contributor when they absolutely have to have these games.
Well, it's an interesting call-up on a couple of fronts. Obviously, there's the scenario with Pavel Buchnevich being out due to illness, they say. And then you've got the back-to-back where, spelling Oscar Sundqvist, I think, is a good one. And then, so you put a couple of these guys in. You bring a kid up. They're going to fight for him. The players are going to be excited for him. That's one way to pump a little excitement into your group. And another thing is it's just it created the communication on the bench, guys being more alert for him, that kind of thing. And look, he wasn't getting called up to a team, obviously, that was just trying to get through the season, see what they've got, and maybe get a high draft pick. He was called up into a game that I think was a critical one for the 2 points, considering the opponent and the fact that nobody else was playing last night around you in the standings. So when you go back to a couple of years ago with Jake Neighbors, and the team was struggling, and somebody asked Doug Armstrong, is this when you call up Jake Neighbors and see what he can do? He said, I'm not sure that this is the environment that I want to call Jake Neighbors up into. And you can understand that. Well, the environment this time around, extremely different. You're winning games. You've got a playoff push. You're in a playoff spot. It's a totally different environment to call somebody up in and give them a little flavor, and that's exactly what they did.
Curbs, I got a two-parter for you. I don't know if you're taking two-part questions. Zach Bolduc, let's start with the cross-check. I heard you and Joey on the call last night saying, listen, I think it was the right move, even if it gets punished for it, because he was sticking up for his teammate, thought that Robert Thomas had taken the knee to knee. But also the second part, I guess, would be Bolduc in general, since Monty got here, scoring goals, and just he looks like a totally different player. Go in either order you'd prefer, Curbs.
Well, let's take Bolduc. Let's take the last one first. I think Zach Bolduc, he's a rookie. They brought him up. He played a handful of games last year, got a taste of what it was going to take. This year they've kept him up all year. I don't really count that send down during the Four Nations break. That's just to get him some games. It wasn't like you're being sent down because we need a roster spot or anything like that. So his first full season here in the National Hockey League. And it's just a matter of, the Blues had to figure out their roster and get things settled down. And where do the pieces fit? And until the change of just a couple of days ago when Buchnevich was out on Saturday night, they had gone 15 consecutive games with the same exact forward lineup. There was consistency there. Guys know their role. Zach Bolduc is one of those players that if you go back, Martin, to his first camp, we talked to Tim Taylor about it, and they're like, and he's still playing junior hockey. They go, a little bit of a perimeter player. He's going to have to learn to get on the inside. We're going to be working with him while he's a junior. Patrick Waugh, they talked to him, who was a junior coach, and they kind of got him through that. Well, he came in the next year, had an okay camp, but not great. The past camp was a really good one, and you started to see the fact that he could kind of get it done and was coachable. Well, they put Claude Julien on him, and Claude Julien has been working with him all season long. They even have a little, morning skate routine that they do, right now. So they've been working closely with video on him, coaching him, and everybody you talk to, whether it be one of the veteran players or one of the coaches, very likable guy in the room, very coachable, takes the coaching, tries to employ. Well, when you're getting coached as a young player in the National Hockey League, it takes a while before things start to just kind of go to rote memory, and I think that's where he's at. He's comfortable. He's in a good spot. I think he's got one of the best shots on the team. In terms of his development this year, I think has been fantastic. He's because of the Macklin Celebrinis and the Michkovs, he's not going to be a finalist for a Calder Trophy. And I don't know that he should be, for Rookie of the Year in terms of with some of the other rookies in the league. Do I think he should probably get a vote or two if people were rounded out to their top five and he's having a very, very good rookie season? Yeah, that I think it's a possibility. In terms of the cross-check, that's just another step in the development, right? There was a stretch in here where it had to be Braden Shen going after somebody if anything seemed to happen wrong. Now look what you're seeing with Tucker, and you've seen it now for a little while with Neighbors. And Bolduc's like, all right, I want to be part of that. So they stepped up. Blankenberg steps up and tries to hit Robert Thomas. Thank goodness it wasn't knee-on-knee because that could have been ugly. And then Bolduc went right after him and took a major for cross-checking. And that's just this team continuing to stick together. And the other thing, Martin, is he's got some size to him, and he's really starting to figure out, the guys can't push me around in this league too much. I can play here, and it's starting to show. There's a lot more to his game, and whether he can become I actually believe that there's a 30 to 40 goal scorer in that kid there, and I'm excited to see the development.
So they won 6 in a row now and sitting in a pretty good spot here for the playoffs. You think there's anyone in the organization that really saw this coming, that thought this drastic of a turnaround was possible?
Doug, as much as that you feel like the answer should be nobody saw this coming, I actually got to think that they did. I'll go back to the trip, a few months back in Montreal. And we're talking before the coaching change, and I was talking to somebody in hockey management. They were talking about they feel that they've got a playoff team. And then a couple days later, we're in Boston, and another person on hockey management side talking to them, they're like, no, we feel like we got a playoff team. And I just kind of looked around, and I'm like, really? Because we haven't played like it, right? And I'm like, holy cow, there are expectations here that maybe were a little under the table that we didn't know about, but they really did. That's when I felt that if there was going to be a coaching change, it was going to be because expectations weren't being met. I do believe that guys believe that this turnaround is possible. I actually believe that they thought that it would happen a little bit sooner. There was that 2 weeks leading into the break where things had started really well, but then the team took a turn and then played about 2 weeks of bad hockey, but coming out of the break, it's been good. Now it's taken a spectacular run here, of 14-3-3 in the last 20 games to make up this ground. But yeah, I actually believe that Doug Armstrong and Alexander Steen and some others in hockey ops actually believe that this team is capable of playing this way, and then they're seeing the results now.
Unbelievable what has transpired, and it's a team I don't think anybody wants to face right now because, as you said, Kerbs didn't play great this weekend. They talked about it themselves. Jim Montgomery very upfront with it, as was some of the guys in the room, and yet able to win both games. Canadiens, and then a trip to Nashville for the Blues coming up as they try to keep this thing going. 10 more regular season games left. Blues and Canadiens on 101 ESPN tomorrow night. Chris Kerber with us every Monday and throughout the week here on 101 ESPN. Kerbs, always enjoy the conversation. Thank you so much for your time.
All right, guys. Have an awesome week. Talk to you next week.
You too. That's Chris Kerber with us here on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Jackson Burkett with you on the program. And Martin, we've got a guest development
It's not
here.
A surprise.
Not a surprise. What do we got going on?
Matt Holliday will join us at 10 o'clock.
Oh, be darned.
He'll be one of the Red Jackets scheduled to appear on Thursday. Tim, it's part of our countdown to opening day that we really don't have. I just decided to announce that it's part of our countdown to opening day. I had texted with Matt a couple of weeks ago, and I thought, you know what, I think I got to follow up on that. And he said, how about today? And when the Hall of Famer says today, you don't say, man, what about tomorrow?
Right.
Yeah, Wednesday would be better for us. He said, no, hop to it. Let's do it. We'll talk some baseball.
10 o'clock. So you're able to push back onboarding for this.
I actually have, we have FCC training, but I've moved it to, I'm going to do the tomorrow session with you girls, and then I will be up to speed on that portion of onboarding. But I told Heim, he's in Memphis, so we pushed today's back a little bit.
Nice.
I'm a starter at heart.
There he is. There's Matt Holliday right there doing an impression of Trevor Rosenthal, who didn't want to be in the bullpen. So Matt Holliday coming up at 10 o'clock. Brad Thompson coming up at 8:45. And Doug, you can tell us about Design Air Heating and Cooling because that email today is coming up on the Stiefel dossier at 10:50.
Well, we're right there in that in-between type of season where it's kind of cold one day and then warm the next. You need your furnace on Monday and your air conditioning on Tuesday. You won't have trouble with any of them if you had called Design Air, let them come out and maintain that before something goes wrong. Or if something goes wrong, you can give them a call. Seth Goldcamp and his family have been serving St. Louisans since 1901. 804. It's a fourth-generation St. Louis business now, and they are proudly the longest-running TMA supporter and advertiser on the show. They're known for their honesty and going above and beyond the call of duty, and also for being absolute experts in maintaining your furnace and air conditioning systems. They will never try to upsell you. They'll always give you exactly what you need. That's how they train their employees, and they take that reputation very seriously. Their website, easy to navigate with the convenience of online scheduling. Seth and his group have been out to my house a couple times to work on my furnace, and they would love the chance to do that to yours if you need their help. Their website, again, easy to navigate. That is at designairservice.com for all of your heating and cooling needs. Choose Design Air Heating and Cooling.
There it is, Design Air Heating and Cooling. You can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, coming your way at 10:50 on the Stiefel dossier. Brad Thompson, 8:45 as the Cardinals finalize their roster for opening day Thursday against the Twins. And Matt Holliday going to be with us at 10 o'clock. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. The program is called The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN and the TMASTL YouTube channel at youtube.com/TMASTL. Tim McKernan here for Moritz Reusch Jewelers online at ninjabling.com. This is the time of year when people start thinking about getting engaged. If you are thinking about getting engaged, I would like to recommend Moritz Reusch Jewelers. They are located in Richmond Heights, right there close to Clayton, and across the street from the St. Louis Galleria in the tower on the 15th floor. They have been around since 1982, and their experience in the industry goes back even further, including that Dan is third generation in the jewelry industry. And here's the thing that I want to emphasize. I have been in there. It is super impressive. One-on-one sales, and you're not going to have somebody hovering over you. Everyone is welcome. They have private offices, as well as the merchandise is there on site for you. It's Moritz Reusch online at ninjabling.com. Doug, this is for you.
Absolutely love this tune.
And you said, let's play this in honor of Tiger Woods' post.
Mm-hmm. Now in a relationship with the ex-wife of Trump Jr.
That's
Is that
correct. Yesterday afternoon, scrolling for Ella Reese and popping up on my Instagram a post that, candidly, I still don't really know what it meant. But Tiger Woods posting, Martin, love is in the air and life is better with you by my side. We look forward to our journey through life together. At this time, we would appreciate privacy to all those close to our hearts.
Okay.
It's a picture of Tiger in a hammock with his new girlfriend, who is Donald Trump Jr.'s ex-wife, the mother of Kai Trump, who might wind up on the LPGA. She is a phenomenal golfer, I think 17 or 18 years old. And Tiger has asked for privacy by posting on Instagram.
Okay, interesting.
That doesn't fit his brand. Post that at all.
I couldn't agree more. I have no idea. And the thing is, was it an engagement announcement? I don't know. I don't know what it was. But
If you wanted privacy, why would you say anything at all about
it? Post the picture.
Yeah.
Maybe he's on the Ambien again.
I think that was just a soft launch, I think is what they call that.
It's just an unpredictable, fun world.
Bizarre. Jackson, what was your take as a 27-year-old gentleman who is announcing his engagement sometime this year?
It's on social media.
And then asking for nobody to talk about it.
Right. It struck me as the entire thing was probably, I don't know, written for him. You'll copy and paste from an email from probably a PR firm that you probably pay a lot of money for, and said, "Here you go, Mr. Woods. This is what you wanted." Yeah, it was surprising. Not two lovers, just tip your cap, enjoy yourself.
Doug, two lovers, tip your cap, and enjoy yourself.
I'm not like chastising the relationship. Do what you got to do, but yeah, the posting on social media, but then asking for privacy, which is a move that people use. But yeah, it didn't. That part surprised me a little bit.
Has he posted 5 total social media posts in his life that were personal in nature? I mean,
yeah, that's the thing. Is like,
hey, my new line of shoes are out.
Yeah,
I will be playing at the Ryder Cup next week.
He's like a massive brand, Tiger Woods himself.
Yeah, I'm
so
aware
for
of
like
that. That part I was.
No, I'm not saying. I'm not
aware
saying,
of that.
I'm not
Do you
saying.
feel like Jackson was golf down talking to you?
Really? No, I know who he is. His name is Eldrick. I'm saying, has he ever been known to tweet anything of a personal nature other than promoting
because
products?
he is a brand. So he never posts, or seldom posts stuff that's personal to
Wishing
him.
Elin a great birthday, even though we've been apart for a few. I mean, he's not that guy.
No. It was just surprising.
Andrew Long is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and he said it was a weird post, but definitely just wanting to get a picture of the two of them out there to try to reduce the paparazzi demand. That is from Andrew Long in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
that could be.
And that part, I agree with 100%. It was the words that I didn't know what to make of. Not that I really give a damn in the whole scheme of things, but since it is one of the top trending stories this morning and it involves one of the most recognizable athletes in the world and the former daughter-in-law of the president, it's quite the topic.
It would be even better if Trump said, he's a terrible person. He shouldn't be dating her. That would make it even better.
President Trump played with Tiger and Charlie like 3 weeks ago. So I would imagine.
No, I think they're fine, but it would be funny if he would come down and just hammer Tiger.
And a buddy of mine is down there and played over at Trump National, which is like, I don't even know, like a half mile from the Cardinals spring training complex. And President Trump did win the club championship at Trump National.
How many holes in one?
The bracket. And I'm like, yeah, he got his way through. Congratulations.
It's not like a Kim Jong-un thing where he shot like an 18 or anything.
Yeah.
I played that course a few years ago. It is a great course, and tough course for that matter. The one he usually plays, and where the person was set up for the assassination attempt a few months ago, is in West Palm. This one is in Jupiter, and the caddy we had said he's listed as about a 2 or 3 handicap, but we all know he's kind of a 7 or 8.
I would think.
So he's carrying the vanity cap. But either way, he won the club championship. So I don't know if guys, when they play him, just lay down or if they fold up because they're nervous. I don't know what the situation is.
His putt's 20 feet up. It's good. You don't need to
pick it up.
You just pick it up.
I bet there aren't too many 7 or 8-year-old 2 handicaps anywhere in America.
I would agree with that. I think that's probably accurate. So the Tigers post, it may not make sense, but he is now in a relationship with the former daughter-in-law of the president, Donald Trump Jr.'s ex-wife. So that post on social media. Brad Thompson making his debut on this program as our regular guest on Mondays. He will be with us in the next segment. And Matt Holliday joining the program at 10 o'clock. If you missed anything, Chris Kerber with us in the previous segment. You can always go back and podcast. The podcast is brought to you by Schaefer Door Company, and Schaefer Door is online at schaeferdoor.com. Sponsor of the podcast, SCHAEFER, door.com. Did that garage door spring break over the weekend? If so, go to schaeferdoor.com, and you can work with Jason Gosrow and his team. They set aside times on Monday morning to make sure they can get to those garage doors that break over the weekend. They also service commercial doors as well. It's Schaefer Door Company, longtime TMA sponsor. They set up a number specific for TMA listeners, 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door, a CHI overhead door dealer. Brad Thompson joining us next. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel, leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is the firm where success meets success and has been since 1890. Founded in downtown St. Louis in 1890, same street the company is headquartered on today. Proud to have called St. Louis home for 135 years. They partner with the St. Louis Cardinals, with the St. Louis Blues, and now the Stifel Charity Classic. They also sponsor Stifel Theater. Stifel is honored to support the city, the people, and its future. Stifel has financial advisors in 12 offices in the greater St. Louis area and nearly 400 offices nationwide. Stifel also has a full-service investment bank for institutional clients. They are one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world. It's where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update. And that's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. As mentioned earlier in the program, it has just been announced that Drake's coach, Ben McCollum, will be taking over the job at Iowa that was left by Fran McCaffrey at the end of the season. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Show your sincere. Look out now, these baby birds gonna fly. First place by mid-July. All the haters be singing their tune. They'll be playing in October when you're on your pontoon.
I just don't know about that line. On your pontoon.
Makes all the sense in the world. You haven't been on the caravan, have you? A lot of pontoons.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne. Jackson's on the ones and twos, fresh off a Sports Center update, letting people know of the Iowa coaching situation. But is it local because Ben McCollum just beat Missouri?
And he was at Northwest
It's a tie-in.
State.
Yeah, Northwest Missouri.
It's worth a mention.
I didn't mind it.
Blues have won 6 in a row. Illinois lost yesterday.
Yes, they did. Didn't play particularly well.
Cardinals finalized the roster. I stand by it, though.
Thank you.
I got to watch Ben McCollum's work in person in Wichita on Thursday night, and what a delight it was. This is a segment that we're going to have every Monday, and I am looking forward to it. Brad Thompson's going to join us, brought to you by St. Luke's, ranked top 2% in the nation for cardiac surgery by health grades. Visit stluke's-stl.com. That's stluke's-stl.com. And it is our pleasure to welcome to the program Brad Thompson. Morning, Brad.
Good morning, gentlemen. How we doing today?
Oh, listen to the clear connection. What are you set up on?
Look, this probably be a good time to say I never gave back a computer they gave me.
I got one of those too.
Yeah, connected right here.
Yeah.
Opal One. Nice and easy, right into the studio. So they're probably going to take it back now, but it's working.
It's crystal clear.
Yeah, Doty's at the door.
It's crystal clear audio.
It will happen. By the way, how do I get my hands on that song? I need a new ringtone. I think that's perfect. I do love the pontoon line.
I didn't care for Brad Thompson officially endorses the pontoon. Stand down, Doug.
Yeah, look, Doug, I'm not a big boat guy. I'm not a strong swimmer, but if I am going to go on a boat, I'm built for comfort. Give me a pontoon. Let me grill out there, have a good time. I like it.
Okay. I just don't know how many of our listeners own pontoons, that's where they're going to go to in October.
It's not about owning the pontoon. It's about knowing somebody that has a pontoon.
That's correct.
Okay.
That actually is correct. He's exactly right about that.
You don't want to own a boat. You want somebody who has a boat, friend. That's it.
Hey, Brad, we were talking about the Cardinal roster announcement yesterday, and Victor Scott making the team, McGreevy not. Anything surprise you when you heard the announcement yesterday morning?
Yeah, and not that it should, but honestly, I was a little bit surprised by Victor Scott. And the only reason I say that, not that he didn't earn it, because holy cow, I mean, he had an unbelievable spring. He was hitting for power, showing off the speed, getting better and better jumps in center field. But the idea of it was, with Arenado still being on the roster and playing third every day, that shifts some things around. And you would think that there weren't going to be everyday at-bats for the 24-year-old Victor Scott. Well, they said, look, you earned it. There are going to be those at-bats for you. So that was the main one. And then the putting Matthew Liberatore as one of your top 5 in the rotation, starting with Steven Matz in the bullpen, and then they'll switch to that 6-man. A little surprised, but actually very happy with the decision that they made. They're working with the crew that they have. They're doing what they believe is going to give them the best opportunity to win, and I think that's the best possible way to do it. I liked both of those decisions.
Matz can't be too happy, though. Had a great spring. He's a starter by definition. I know he's been good out of the bullpen. How do you handle that when you're a veteran guy? I appreciate them having the guts to say, listen, you probably don't like it, but it makes us better. How do you think Matz handles this?
You know what? I think that Steven Matz, I know he's a pro, and he'll be fine with it. He'll get some innings out of the bullpen. He'll be very needed in the first couple of weeks of the season. You guys know starters aren't really stretched out. There will be plenty of time for him to get 3 innings a clip if he's throwing the ball well. And you're right. That was one of the most encouraging things in spring training was Matz showing up healthy. We know the injury history. Within 3 seasons as a member of the Cardinals, he hasn't even toppled 200 innings total. So for him to be healthy was great. Throwing the ball well, tons of ground balls, just weak contact. But Matthew Liberatore brings you another element, right? He brings you even a little bit more swing and miss. If we're talking about the kids, you're talking about the future, well, Matthew Liberatore is a huge part of that. So you give him that opportunity, and Steven still being a part of things, I think that he'll handle it very well. And even Matt's, when he got shifted to the bullpen a couple of years ago, he talked about that really helping his mentality as a pitcher. Instead of always thinking too far ahead, he started thinking one pitch at a time and being aggressive. And I think that he'll keep that mindset. I think he's done that as a starter since that transition as well, and he'll be just fine whatever that role is.
How do you suppose they handle the DH spot with Gorman and Burleson, both left-handed power-type hitters? One of them probably going to be on the bench every day.
Yeah, I think that, Doug, I think that's the most interesting part when you're looking at filling out the lineup every day. If center field is going to look like Victor Scott II out there for the most part, it won't be every single day necessarily, but you have Alec Burleson, who hit 21 for you last year. He was so good, started heating up, especially down the stretch in spring. I know they got one more game tonight against the Memphis Redbirds. But I feel like getting those at-bats for Gorman, because we know what kind of power he had, led the club with 27 home runs 2 years ago, had 19 of them last year before he ended up getting sent down. You got to figure out ways to get him right, and I think it'll be a shift. I mean, sometimes you'll be playing the hot hand, but if I'm picking like one right now where you feel like, who do you feel more comfortable with between the two? Personally, I lean towards Alec Burleson. I've seen him do it at the big league level a little bit more consistently, but I think that's going to be Ollie and his staff's maybe toughest job right now, is figuring out how to keep all of these guys ready and how to, divvy out that workload for that DH spot, and then obviously getting Gorman in the mix a little bit at second base also.
Brad Thompson with us here on TMA. He is brought to you every Monday on the show, making his debut for the upcoming campaign by St. Luke's, ranked top 2% in the nation for cardiac surgery by Health Grades. Visit stluke's-stl.com. What is your sense of, having been in clubhouses, being around the team as a broadcaster now, what this team is sensing, feeling going into the year, considering the expectations are as low as they are around baseball? The fan base is in a weird spot with either anger or apathy. Brad, when we were down there about a month ago, there really was, that's where the Youngry thing came from. Victor Scott came from. That's where Victor Scott, combined the two words on accident and said, we're young and hungry, and he said Youngry. Is that something that you're sensing? What are you gathering around the team with regard to their expectations?
Yeah, man. Like, it's not like I'm walking around and asking every guy, hey, people think you suck. What do you think?
Yeah, that's the question that Doug asked.
Yeah,
it didn't play as well.
You don't land the ship that way, or the pontoon. But I think that it's one where I do sense that you got a lot of young guys that are looking to take strides, and we've seen it already. Like, I love seeing the evolution last year of Mason Wynn. He got a taste of the big leagues in 2023. Offensively didn't go well. The following year, he made adjustments. He was strong from the beginning to the end of the season, and I can't wait to see what that looks like yet again. Victor Scott got the opportunity last year, didn't look great, made some adjustments, came into spring training, and won a spot on this ball club. I look for the evolution of them. Brendan Donovan in his fourth year. It already feels like he's been here a decade, just the way that he carries himself. He's a young guy, but with a veteran presence. Lars Nootbaar, he's still got a lot to prove. He played in 109 games, I believe it was, a year ago, has never played over 120. Need him out there every single day. But you got some young guys that are excited about the runway. I was on the Caravan with Jordan Walker and just talking to him. I'm like, hey, and this was after, obviously, the conversations of he's going to be there, we're going to let the kids play. I said, man, what does the thought of 600-plus plate appearances mean to you in the big leagues? And he just had a smile ear to ear. He's like, it's going to be awesome. Like, he's so excited about the opportunity, and Cardinal fans should be excited about it too. This is a young kid who has gone through some highs. First year was very good. Last year struggled a little bit. I think the pitching staffs really figured out what his weaknesses were, and now it's his turn to make that next change, that counter move. but I can't wait to see what it looks like for him. So I feel like there's a lot of that. And then there's also good energy and good leadership from some of your veterans. You guys are around Wilson Contreras. The dude, I don't care if it's spring training week 1, middle of the season, or hopefully October baseball at some point. He brings the same energy every day. I think guys thrive off of that. Nolan Arenado, amid all of the trade rumors and everything that has gone on in the offseason, he has been not only just a pro, because you expect him to be a pro, he's been a fantastic teammate, great leader, and somebody who, if you didn't know what happened in the offseason, you would think that everything was just totally normal. He wants to be there, he wants to play well, and he wants to have a bounce-back season. So I just really think it's a perfect combination of everything.
Brad, is there a comp for Michael McGreevy, somebody that we've seen in limited doses, looks really good? Again, sort of frustrating that he's not on the opening day roster with everything that he's done. Anybody that he reminds you of?
Man, I don't know if I always stink at the comp ones. My memory sucks. But I will just say that Michael McGreevy did everything that he could to make this ball club, and McGreevy was so good down the stretch as we saw him last year. But it is good to have to make tough decisions as a coaching staff. And you guys know you're not going to get through the season with 5 starters or 6. You know, it just doesn't work that way. So Michael will end up being ready. But what I was really struck by last year and getting an opportunity to be with him on the Caravan as well is just his poise. He is like seasoned beyond his years when you talk about the way that he goes about it, the way that he prepares, the way that he handles the good things that happen, the way that he handles negative things that happen on the field, and he's able to just throw those away and go right to the next pitch. I was talking to him last week about he was facing the Mets, he faced Soto, and Soto hit an absolute tank off of him. And the next time, and he said, he's like, all right, took a deep breath. He's like, well, that was kind of cool. That was a big home run for him. Then he rolled right through the rest of the inning, faced him again, struck him out. He's just, I feel like the way that he attacks it, so he's going to be disappointed about getting sent out. I'm sure that he is. I know that he is. But he's going to use that in the right way. So I don't have necessarily a comp for you, but the way that he attacks with all of his pitches, he doesn't nibble the corners. He's going to have a lot of success in this league. Did you have a comp off the top of your head?
I was thinking like a young Brad Thompson. I mean, I don't know.
Oh, my God. So I didn't want to put that on him.
Okay.
Because, boy, the pressure with something like that when you attach it like that. And then, I mean, well, he is already on the trend. He is starting in Memphis. But
you get your old locker.
Yeah, I'm thinking about going to the game tonight. Every season of my career, I spent a little bit of time in Memphis. I might have to just drive down.
You mentioned Contreras a moment ago. How did he look to you defensively at first? Is that going to be an issue, or is he okay?
No, Doug, look, it's not going to look exactly like Goldie looked over at first. I think that Paul Goldschmidt was one of the best to do it over there. He made everybody in the infield better. So it's going to be a little bit different than that. But if somebody just showed up to a game at Roger Dean Chevrolet Stadium in spring training and was just watching, and you're watching Wilson Contreras take reps over at first base, you watch him practice, watch him during the game, you would not think, it's like, oh, look at that former catcher trying to play first base. He's looking the part. He's moving well. There are going to be some plays that give him trouble that he's going to have to continue to work on, but he moves well around the bag. I think his instincts have been pretty good of when to go after something, when to stay home, where to cover the bag, his flips. I mean, it's been really fun to watch him early pour into the position, and not just like on the main field while everybody's doing stuff. He'll be on the backfields with Stubby Clapp and everybody else just working through the small nuances of the position. But the big thing is this wasn't a begrudging move. It wasn't like, hey, this is what you're doing and take that. It was a welcome move. He wants to help the ball club. I think that he's going to easily pace the team in home runs. I feel like the wear and tear that you get behind the plate, he's not going to get that over at first base. I think his career high was 24 home runs back in 2019. I feel like he definitely topples that this year. I feel it's going to be a very positive move for him and for the ball club.
Brad, we have a fantasy draft tomorrow night, and Doug always likes to draft Cardinals.
I do.
Is there anybody that you would like to give us counsel on, that if you were in a fantasy draft and you think this player might surprise people, a good value play, who would you give us here as we're a few days away from opening day?
Okay, well, this changes things because generally I draft all Cardinals. You know me.
You guys are required to do that as rights holders.
Yeah. Look, and I don't win a ton when it comes to I leave a little bit on the table when it comes to some of these drafts. Look, I feel like when you're looking for value, and I haven't played fantasy baseball in quite some time, but I know that that speed means a lot. I don't think that Victor Scott II is going to be flying off the boards for a lot of people. I feel like if you're looking for value on this roster, get him in later rounds. He'll steal a bunch of bags for you. He's showing off a bit of power. And you want to talk about a guy that's energized and excited. I think Victor Scott II is a very good pickup, as is Ivan Herrera. Going to get power numbers from the catcher position. He's going to get a lot of reps. He'll be in that DH mix as well when you need a right-handed bat there. They're going to have to figure out ways to get him in the lineup more times than not. I think both those guys are really good value plays.
Nice. I like both those.
I was thinking Herrera myself.
Yeah, he's kind of
outside of St. Louis, people probably don't know him at all. If you play in a league in St. Louis, somebody will be on him. But if you play somewhere else, maybe not.
Yeah, play those bigger leagues, okay? That's where you make your money. You got to know about one little thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Doug, go Herrera.
That Herrera, all he does is hit. I'm a little worried about ABs because they prefer Pages as the catcher. You can only we talked to Rob Manfred about a couple extra DHs. He likes to bring in new rules. Are you okay, Brad, if the Cardinals get 3 DHs? They just have like one of those 7th grade lineups where 11 guys bat?
Yeah, generally I don't back that, but I would this year. I think that's fine. I'd be in for something like that. I'd also be in for the return of Albert Pujols at any time during the season if he would like to come back in and miraculously hit a bunch of home runs. I think that would be fun too. But yeah, I'm in. I'm in for that. And you do bring up a really good point because it's going to be hard to find those at-bats. So part of that for Herrera is his evolution behind the plate and how comfortable pitchers are with him. So it's all of the game planning. It's, being solid back there, thinking along, thinking ahead. And I know that he took large strides in 2024, but Pages is a better catcher behind the plate than he is currently. Like, can he make that a little bit closer and be able to force more of those reps, get out there and get more ABs?
Are there going to be any at-bats available for my guy, the pleasant gentleman, Luken Baker?
Yeah, how about that? Luken Baker made the team, Doug.
Mm-hmm.
So that is, I feel like Luken Baker is the friendliest person ever. Now, he might not smile as much as Jose Fermin, although maybe not smiling as he had a really good camp and gets sent out to AAA. I don't know exactly where the at-bats are going to come from, but this team needed thump from the right side, right, off the bench. So he's positionally stuck over at first base. Not like you're going to bounce him over to the corners. Certainly he could be in the mix at DH. But he earned this spot. He's 28 years old. It was time. There's only so many years you get 30-plus bombs at AAA and then just get sent back there again. He had 32 home runs last year in Memphis, 2 in St. Louis, and had another good camp. So it'll be that'll be another one of those things. How does the staff deploy him? Where do they put him in with the universal DH? It's not like we have as many pinch hit situations, but can you flip something on its head a little bit later? I just know this. Every time Luken steps to the plate, I'm expecting something big to happen, and that's nice to have a threat like that. The Cardinals really haven't had a threat like that off the bench in the last couple of years, and I think that really works to their benefit.
It is amazing how many lefties are in that, just on the roster in general, with Scott, Ciani, and Newt, Gorman, Donovan, Burleson. It's amazing how many lefties. You're right. There's going to be times with Herrera, could be your DH, and he just hits. I was looking at his minor league stats one day, and he's like over 300, like every level. Did it again this spring. So hopefully, if the catching comes around, man, maybe he gets, because I'm guessing it's more of like a 70-30 split with Pages.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think that I know Ali was saying, look, I'm going to use both of these guys, and we'll see. But with the bat of Herrera, I'm not sure you could do 70-30. I mean, maybe it's a little bit closer to 60-40, 50-50. I think we'll see. A lot of it still comes down to, I think, the comfort of the staff with Herrera behind the plate, and he did look a lot better back there last year. The decision-making and the thought process, better and better. Another thing that I know that he worked on a ton in the offseason is catching and throwing. The arm strength wasn't there last year. Other teams were able to run all over, not just him, but the Cardinals pitching staff. I know that's something they tightened up a little bit, is the focus on the running game. But Pages, a better catch-and-release thrower behind the plate. So it's still, again, with Ivan Herrera, 24 years old, still a lot to learn there for him, but he's going to continue to get opportunities because of that bat especially.
Brad Thompson with us every Monday this season here with his first appearance on TMA for the 2025 Cardinal campaign, and that is brought to you by St. Luke's, ranked top 2% in the nation for cardiac surgery by Health Grades. Visit stlukes-stl.com. BT, thanks so much for the time. Looking forward to having you on the program every Monday.
Absolutely, fellas. Thanks for having me. And I did absolutely notice it did take until a sponsored hit that you had me. But thank you nonetheless.
That's kind of the way Doug works. That or the pontoon boat thing.
I get it. And send me that song.
Boy, do you notice, Tim, we had a broadcaster, rights holder on the show, and all of a sudden we came up with the problem. There's just too many good players for position. We don't even have enough room for all these great players.
Amazing.
Yeah, it just happened.
Including Walker, who hit, 165 with no home runs this spring, is going to play, I guess, every game.
How's your slide piece?
I guess he's just locked in. They're going to ride with him.
Thank you, Brad.
See you next week.
Thanks, Brad. Brad Thompson with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Matt Holliday going to join us at 10 o'clock. Stiefel dossier. And then the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day at 10:50. Chris Kerber, Brad Thompson already with us on the program. And our tribute to Brian McKenna to open things up. Miss anything, you can always go back and podcast or just watch it on YouTube at youtube.com/TMASTL. Attention business owners, did you know fire codes require your company's fire alarm system to be inspected and maintained by a certified fire alarm service provider? It's not just about compliance, it's about protecting your employees, customers, and property. That's where EDF Group's Fire and Security Division comes in. Proudly serving St. Louis and beyond, EDF Fire and Security specialize in keeping businesses safe and secure. From expert fire alarm inspections to advanced commercial security systems, they've got you covered. And it doesn't stop there. 24/7 fire alarm and security monitoring, you'll have peace of mind knowing your business is protected every hour of the day. Don't wait until it's too late. Call EDF Group's Fire and Security Division today and let them help you stay compliant, secure, and safe. Visit theedfgroup.com or call 314-993-8053 to learn more. EDF Group, your partner in fire safety and security. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. The program is The Morning After. We're in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. This is TMA on 101 ESPN and the TMASTL YouTube channel. about this? How about this, Martin? Jackson, what's our theme today?
No theme. Doug just requested the Temptations, so I figured I'd honor his request.
Okay.
Oh, this goes back to your Big Chill love.
Yes.
Jackson loves the Big Chill. Name 5 actors in the Big Chill. Not you, Jackson. Martin. Go.
Kevin Kline,
Nice.
William
Primary
Hurt,
zone.
Joe Beth Williams.
Wow.
How about that?
Missing the big dog.
Ba, 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 ba. Doug, watch this. Ba, ba, ba,
Okay,
ba,
we're
ba,
killing
ba, ba.
Missing 2 big dogs.
I'm blanking.
He went to the University of Missouri. He was an Alpha Tau Omega. He also starred in Major League.
Behringer.
Tom Behringer?
Tom Behringer. Right?
Yeah, blank. Was he the dead guy, Tom Behringer?
No, that was Kevin Costner.
Ooh, wow.
About that.
I didn't realize that. Yeah, Kevin Kline. Oh, and then the female.
Chasey Lane. That's right.
So younger female. It wasn't Naomi Wyona. I don't know. I'm sorry.
Initials, please.
It's fine.
Well, you're missing, a really big dog.
Well, don't scold us. I just asked for initials.
Gotta get scolded. Tiger Woods is a brand. The Big Chill, for God, it's my fault. I mentioned it. Did I say William Hurt?
GC is the woman.
GC. Georgina Carlson?
Gina Gershon. Girl activity with Jennifer Tilly in the film Bound.
All right.
Meg Tilly was in Big Chill.
Yeah, that's right.
Pat Tilly was a good wide receiver.
Yeah, was it the Cardinals?
Number 83, I believe.
Was like one-handed catch.
Who's the big? I'm sorry.
Jeff Goldblum is the man who I'm talking about, and then GC is Glenn Close.
Glenn Close. I didn't
When she
remember.
boiled the rabbit in that movie as well. Yeah. That kind of became her thing, like Gary Coleman, what you're talking about, Willis.
She went nuts on him.
There is audio to be found, and it's Big Irish talking to Glenn Close. I had it
What
at
a
one point.
strange moment.
I love that segment because it was just awful radio, but it was hilarious. Glenn Close was in town, Doug, for a mental health event, and they had her stop by the Cardinal booth. And in between a serious discussion about schizophrenia and mental health.
And this was right after the movie where she boiled a rabbit?
No, this is years later. Years later.
Person.
So, and the great Glenn Close is with us here. Glenn, how are you? Oh, good. Good to be here. And you're here for a schizophrenia event? And well, loosely, yes. There's a pitch outside. It's a ball. Well, the thing with schizophrenia, that one's filed back real quick. You go ahead. Like, it's in between the play-by-play. She's trying to discuss serious mental health issues. And then at one point, Mike goes, we're all a little nuts up here in this booth ourselves. And she's like, yeah, that's not really what this is. And it's just really not going all that well. But Mike's having fun with it. And then
fun with mental health disorders.
Well, just the great Glenn Close is here, and there's a foul ball. Go ahead, back to schizophrenia. And it's just so awkward. And then at the end, he says, "Well, you're a little devious yourself." And she said, "Well, those are characters I played." And I think he was thinking of the rabbit being boiled, and who wouldn't? But I think she was trying to differentiate from characters she played. And it was a very serious event. I don't blame Big Irish. I think it was just awkward placement, maybe. And if I can find the audio, I'll share it with you guys. It will make you laugh. Maybe cry.
It has to be a tough thing to do to mix in an interview like that.
Yeah.
It's not like TV where you can just let the pictures tell the story. You got to keep talking.
And there was no way to work around, well, why are you here? I mean, why the hell is Glenn Close in the Cardinals broadcast? But she was in St. Louis for a serious event. It just was a little tough, Doug, because it's hard to kind of talk about mental health issues. Here's a ball lying down the right field. Oh, that's a little foul. That looked like a curveball. Okay, go ahead.
And you're a little devious yourself. That's what he said to her.
Yeah, and she said, well, those are characters.
Never won the big award. Never won.
Who, Glenn Close?
She's never won an Oscar.
Oh.
8-time nominee, never won.
8-time nominee. Name all 8, Jackson.
I am staring at
on
him,
the
so
spot.
it's
Oh, you're missing a big one.
It's unfair. I have it right in front of me, so I'm not going to.
Is that on goodorbad.com?
A lot of them are in the good category. Dangerous Liaisons, of course. They modeled that in JFK.
Was that John Malkovich?
I don't know.
Yeah, in JFK, that's where Tommy Lee Jones is dipped in Gould.
Oh, yeah.
And then Kevin Bacon and Joe Pesci are twisting each other's nipples.
Oh.
That was in Dangerous
Don't
Liaisons.
kink shame, Doug.
I do.
If guys want to dress up like they're in the Victorian era as little ladies and twist each other's nipples.
I find it weird.
In New Orleans.
While planning to assassinate John F. Kennedy.
Tim was not here when I tried to add to Jackson's Mindbenders one day. And I said, is skinny the new fat? I said, because rich people used to be really big and fat, and now it's being skinny. And then, were you here? And then they said, well, what was this, the Victorian era?
I thought it was a little Victorian.
Yeah. I think I was here for that.
Maybe you were here.
Like a feudal era.
The feudal era. Tim, have you thumbed through the Mindbenders for the day?
Well, of course, yeah. The dossier, I get the living, breathing. I get the living, breathing Stiefel dossier, and so I get it as it's updated, including you talk about the tournament. Doug, when you combine the SEC, the Big Ten, and the Big 12, how many of those schools, or the schools in the Sweet 16, are from those conferences?
SEC, Big Ten, and what was the other one?
Big 12.
Well, the SEC's got 7 alone, right?
Hey, I'm not going to help you with the math.
So I'll say they've got probably 14 of the 16.
15.
Oh my goodness.
The 16 are from 3 conferences. How about that?
Kind of sleep on the Big 12,
I'm telling you.
And then you forget Arizona's in the Big. Arizona, Oregon was Big 12, Big 10. And you're like, wait, what?
Yeah.
And played and ended at around 7 this morning. As a matter of fact. Tom Izzo, the look on his face when he found out that his game last night against New Mexico started at 8:45 Eastern. He stopped with a look of horror on his face because he found out in the post-game press conference after they beat Bryant. I woke up to see that New Mexico was not able to hold on to its halftime lead against Michigan State. So Tommy Izzo's going to his 16th Sweet 16. How about that? 16 Sweet 16s. Auburn and Michigan, Ole Miss and Michigan State. Doug, that is what you're going to have, as you'll have a Big Ten and SEC showdown in the South bracket. That'll be a Jim Dandy in Atlanta. Duke and Arizona, and BYU and Alabama. Is there an over that you could set that you wouldn't bet it for those two teams?
Yeah, geez.
That could look like a 1980s NBA game.
Yeah, for real.
So no matter what, Duke is going to be playing a high-powered offense if Duke gets past Arizona to win the East Regional. Then you go down to the West, and courtesy of, I think, am I accurate to say there's only been one buzzer beater?
Yes, that was the only buzzer beater.
Okay,
yesterday.
take a listen. I was watching this live last night. We're at Colorado State on the verge of a three-pointer, sending them to the Sweet 16, and then the Crab 5. Take a listen.
Gillespie from the out of bounds to the freshman Queen, who's driving, floats it. Oh! Maryland on the right side of a buzzer beater with life into the Sweet 16.
The Crab 5.
It looked like he crab walked to get the shot. I think he took 3 steps.
Uh-oh. Jackson, do you think you walked?
No.
Jackson never thinks they walk.
That's
the guy
not true.
Picked it up and took
not
3
true.
steps to get the shot off.
It's not a travel. It's not a travel.
3 steps isn't a travel.
He didn't take 3 steps.
He did.
He picked up his dribble, then took 2 steps. The end of the dribble is the key point there.
I counted 3.
Well, they did not on the stripes. The stripes did not. Maryland's going on.
Was it close to a travel?
Of course, it's close to a travel. I'm not going to say it's
they
not.
never call traveling anymore. Hardly
I've seen it I saw 10 times over the weekend. I've watched 10 times they call travels.
Barely ever call travel.
Maryland now going to take on Florida. Florida got a little scare from Danny Hurley on the Spread Zone podcast. Jackson said, if UConn gets past Oklahoma, bet Danny Hurley to get tossed from the game against Florida. And as he was walking off the floor, he did give some thoughts. Doug, take a listen to this.
Okay. Oh, go away. Just go away. The only guy in the tournament that I just hate root.
Go away.
I just want him to lose so bad. He's like a Bobby Knight nutcase on the sidelines. He's absolutely lost his mind. It's all about him. He's a genius. Everyone else is an idiot. I'm so happy to see that team lose.
And if you're ever going to walk off and just sort of take it and be calm, you just finished a 13-game tournament winning streak, which is almost unheard of. Right. You've had plenty of good. Take your bad.
Here is what he had to say following the loss after he was done yelling at Baylor.
Just get caught up in this tidal wave of success that we've had. And,
oh, God.
And, you know, you just, you lose perspective. You know, you struggle with the ego at times because you've...
No kidding.
You've been on this incredible run. So it'll be nice to get to a normal off season and just get back to, you know, myself as a coach and not have to throw out first pitches. And we should only be ringing stock market bells and throwing out first pitches when you win the major championship. So, you know, I won't have to do things like that. I'll be able to just kind of, you know, focus on the upcoming season, make better decisions with all aspects of coaching. But yeah, I mean, when I saw the, you know, you know, when I was asked about the 13 in a row, you had no idea the company and what we've accomplished. So,
oh my God,
jackass! No more ceremonial first pitches, ringing the bell.
Tidal wave of success. Self-proclaimed. I mean, back-to-back championships. I'm not going to sit here and joke around.
I almost feel like he's playing a WWE character.
It seems like it. He seems like he's like now leaned into the power heel of it all. Like it's so tone deaf, and walking off the floor is the best because he just screamed at Scott Drew and Baylor saying, I hope they don't F you like they have to us.
How does he recruit people? How do so many good players say, yeah, I want to play for that jackwagon?
I mean, it's Connecticut.
Yeah, they want to live in stores.
But you still got to live with him every day as a player.
I think, and I don't know this for sure, but how the media, like, as a fan, you see Dan Hurley one way. We don't know what he's like necessarily in practice or on the recruitment trail. You know, I have no idea. But I mean, it's tough to deny that he has built a pretty outstanding program. This year was a down year, but even in a down year, they made it to the round of 32. So I think you proclaim success, and that's a pretty easy way to get kids in the door. And not to mention,
I guess, but there's so many other options where you could go and play for normal.
And maybe now that he's shown, the last 2 years are kind of a honeymoon of it all, of winning back-to-back championships. Maybe now that they're gone through a bit of a downturn, he's shown his true colors more so.
I was very happy to see Walter Clayton Jr. hit that three. Boy, he's a good player.
Isn't he ever? Yeah, he can ball.
Iona?
Yeah, he can ball. So you match that up with their unbelievable athletic front court. Florida's going to be tough to stop.
Yeah. Can I ask for audio, Jackie? Are you
sure?
Because I did enjoy how you spelled this out. Tim, we had mild, medium, and hot. And you're thinking what? Wings?
Delicious wings, if you please.
No. Mild, medium, and hot. Jackson's offering up. What makes a coach unlikable in the social media era? And we had mild, medium, and hot.
Yeah, the unlikable coach spectrum.
And the hot was Danny Hurley.
He seems like he's the easiest one to dislike.
Can I have some mild? Can I have
what do we got on mild?
This
Mick Cronin clip is one of my favorites.
I knew when I saw this Mick Cronin post game at 12:40 in the morning that we were going to hear it on Monday morning. Jackson's got a thing for Mick Cronin, don't you?
There's a little drop in from a reporter in the midst of this that is so funny. This is him talking about the end of the season.
Do you start looking forward rather than backward?
Right now, guys, it's 12:40 a.m. and our season just ended. That's it. You're going to ask me about next year? Right now, my biggest concern is how bad the seats are on the Allegiant flight on that terrible plane that we're going to have to fly home tomorrow.
Oh,
the school bus.
The cheese. The plain version of the cheese.
Hang in there.
And Doug got me some hot food because I don't eat on game day. That I got something edible. Not next year. Not right now, guys.
Hang in there.
Like
hang in there.
Poor guy.
So well done.
That's a great drop by whoever said hang in there.
Incredible.
But, I mean, okay, a couple of thoughts here. I agree you don't need to go next year when the game just ended. But does UCLA basketball not charter the team?
Actually, while I knew when I saw that I'd be hearing it on Monday morning because Jackson's got his thing with Mick Cronin, when he said they're flying on Allegiant, I thought to myself, what in the hell is going on at UCLA?
Tough times. It's been a long time since Wooden's been there.
They've got great flights out of Mid-America. It's a great vehicle to take the family to Florida, Hilton Head, Vegas. But for a college basketball team, UCLA, I just assume, doesn't matter what airline he's nicking, I think you would have your own plane.
Especially when you got a team full of guys who are 6'8" tall, you're going to want the not the no frills airline.
But he did have a hint of the Danny Hurley. Like, I just want a piece of food, something edible. Like, woe is him.
So lame.
You don't like his outfit either, do you?
He's always buttoning up his suit jacket, both buttons, looking ridiculous. And yeah, he's like Mr. No Fun, and he coaches at UCLA.
Mr. No Fun,
Mr. No Fun.
He's like, they did like the Big Ten did like some goofy little like thing where it was like, what's your favorite movie, or like what's your favorite Super Bowl halftime performance? And all the coaches answer, and McKernan goes, the thing I'm least concerned with in this world is who performs at halftime at the Super Bowl. I was like,
what a delight.
I was like, dude, like take a second off.
Successful college coaches in basketball and football are some of the most insufferable buffoons in the country. They really are. The most self-important, self-righteous, know-it-all buffoons in the country. And they have to have some success to get to that level, but 100%. So many of them just take advantage of it so much and just act like idiots.
Guys, Dan Hurley is a St. Charles County dad with a $100,000 Ford Raptor that has never been used for truck purposes. Also, shout out to the Irish gentleman that goes by the nickname Mick. It's from the life coach. He has a $100,000 Ford Raptor?
Gosh,
nice
I
ride.
bet it's nice.
Was that John Lackey saying, hang in there? That's from Arbor Day.
I don't know who it is, but whoever that reporter is, 100%. I want to send my gratitude for that little drop in
because it was a great mockery of him, like whining, like, yeah, hang in there. Anyway, about this squad. In other words, grow up.
A serious question. Do you really think Hurley is serious with all that? Don't you think he might be playing into the persona peeps say about him? Can someone be that self-absorbed? Wow. That's from Sharon and Doug. She's in Sanibel, Clayton, Maui, and Michigan.
No, I think that's the real guy.
I think a little bit of that answer, though. He was throwing it in everyone's face like, we've been so successful, and yeah, now I won't have to do those first pitch. I think he was trolling a little bit there.
Probably.
But what did Ricky P? A tough weekend for my Big East. Big Leafs. What was Patino's snipe?
He got a little ornery with some reporters.
And this is so we had mild and hot. Now what do we have?
This is also in a different segment called
So What'd Your Grandma Think?
Right. Well, yeah.
An award-winning opening.
You want me to put the opening?
I'll always take hearing the opening of So What'd Your Grandma Think?
Yeah, I mean,
okay. I just kind of wanted to weave it in since it's college basketball talk, and we're on this Big East and Danny Hurley, and now we've got Rick Pitino.
Yeah, here, let me play the open of So What'd Your Grandma Think, because I think it's necessary here.
Thank you.
Sometimes the media asks bad questions, like...
Congratulations.
Congratulations. I lost.
You lost?
Yes.
Oh.
Or...
What went through your mind when you were told that the contract was done?
What's that? And when that happens, players will fire back.
I mean, are you looking to get into a pissing match with you and I?
Yeah.
Bro, it's a clown question, bro.
Now, it's time for...
So what'd your grandma think?
I've been hearing that for 3.5 years, and I still enjoy it every damn time.
So many good ones. Yeah, so this is Rick Pitino. I described it as a little spicy, a little Calabrian chili in there. A little bit of...
What kind of chili?
Sorry, what?
Calabrian chili. It's an Italian chili that's used often in, like, if you have a penne arrabbiata, like a spicy rigatoni.
For heaven's sakes, don't talk to me like that.
There's often Calabrian chili in there, and I think that's what Rick Pitino had with the reporters yesterday.
Roger Rubin from Newsday. Rick, you had RJ on the bench, for a pretty long stretch at the end. Was that just because he just wasn't making them, or was there something more to it?
I played 30 minutes. It's a long time.
So he was tired?
No, played 30 minutes, and I went with other people. You already know the answers, Roger. You're asking leading questions. You already know it. So don't ask leading questions. You already know why he didn't play. Okay.
Was there one play with RJ that made you sit him the last 5 minutes?
You know he was 3 for 17. You know he was 0 for 3. So you're answering your own. I'm not going to knock one of my players.
Okay, well, just say
basically
that.
kind of bench. So could he have said he was struggling a bit? We thought we'd give him a break.
Of course he could.
But do you think the reporter, Doug, is trying to get him to say something?
He's probably
negative?
just saying, why'd you set one of your top players down at crunch time? It's a reasonable question, isn't it?
Yes.
Because most coaches just leave him out there, right? You're going to go down with, what is it? Yeah,
you dance with who brung you.
Dance who brung you.
Mm-hmm.
St. John. Look at John Calipari. First year at Arkansas.
How about the Arkansas fans probably like, yeah, Cal, it's okay. Like, we kind of got in the tournament, and now they're like, oh, we got Coach Cal.
Yeah, they started out, I think, 0-5.
0-5 in the SEC, and now they find themselves in the Sweet 16. Jackson, how would you have felt if Missouri got past Wake and Texas Tech, and on Thursday night they'd be in San Francisco going up against Woo Pig Sooie?
I mean, they're hot. They got Boogie Flan, who's obviously back, who's a great player. But I would have felt great about that. I mean, wouldn't you, if you beat a team already once that year and had one of your worst games and almost won another game on the road? Yeah, I'd feel pretty good if they had Arkansas for a chance to go to the Elite Eight. But, of course, Drake and their grinded-out offense really confused the Tigers.
Did you catch the tone change?
Well, they didn't see it coming. They didn't see it coming.
Oh.
So they thought they were going to be playing a running gun.
And if your aunt had balls, she'd be your uncle. Missouri couldn't beat anybody the last couple of weeks. They weren't going to beat the next two opponents.
Shot at Chris Jans and Mississippi State Bulldogs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How's Chris Jans going to respond?
He's a dentist, according to John Rothstein.
Yes, Chris Jans is the dentist.
And then McKernan. Every time I see this, I think of you because Rothstein likes the hyperbole.
He has a little one-liner for each play.
McKernan he goes, more reliable than a few good men on a rainy day.
Yeah. Yeah. There's that. I like Dana Altman. He plays with Rubik's Cubes or whatever. There's some good. John Rothstein's.
You enjoy some of those.
I like that he actually he watches all these teams like Bryant and UNC Wilmington. He watches all of their tape.
Tip your cap.
Yeah.
For the record, Texas Tech and Arkansas will be playing at 9:09.
Why do they do this?
On Thursday night.
Why do they do this?
So that would have been an interesting situation back here in St. Louis.
They got all
had Missouri not run into the powerhouse of Drake. So, yeah, Doug, that's a situation.
They've got 3 or 4 different networks showing these games. It's okay if they're on at the same time. Nobody has to play at 9 o'clock at night. Start them earlier. If you start at 5 in the afternoon, that's fine.
The issue is the network's paying for them, and they want to have their exclusive windows. So, and then maximize ratings. That's it. I know you know that, but it sucks. That's why Izzo and Cronin were bitching about their time slots. And now Texas Tech and Arkansas, 2 Central Time Zone teams, will be tipping off at 9:09.
And what kind of ratings are you going to get at 11 o'clock when the game is being determined?
I wouldn't think they're very good.
No.
But they want the exclusive windows. The regional that I think is outstanding, and this is where Illinois would have been heading if they just a lot of turnovers yesterday.
Yep.
That was brutal.
They had some good 3-point looks late in the second half. Had some wide open threes, just couldn't make them. Just could not get them to fall.
So they lose by 9 to Kentucky. So in Indianapolis, you'll have straight chalk as Houston will go against Purdue 1 versus 4, and for the 3rd time this year, Kentucky will take on Tennessee. So that will be a hell of a regional in Indianapolis.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a tough one to kind of. You never know. Tennessee is such a mixed bag. You just wait for Rick Barnes in the tournament to rear its ugly head, and I don't know. Kentucky's so up and down. That's going to be an awesome game. I just don't know if I could handle it. I would probably stay away.
You're staying away from that one.
From a wagering perspective, probably staying away.
At BYU, they lose their coach to Kentucky, and he goes in.
Yeah.
Maybe it wasn't the sexiest hire, even though he had some DNA there, but he gets them to the 16 and then BYU.
Yeah, kind of win for everybody.
In the 16.
Yeah.
Which coach that's still standing is most likely to rip the media when it's over, too?
Ooh, good question right there, Doug. I like that.
That's a nice question, Doug.
Shire, pretty low key.
Shire,
Tommy Lloyd,
not.
pretty low key.
Tommy Lloyd, no.
BYU named the coach. Maybe Nate.
Nate Oates is live.
Nate Oates.
Calvin Sampson doesn't like it when you mispronounce Gonzaga.
Yeah, he might. He actually is.
Matt Painter is pretty mild.
Izzo doesn't get mad, does he?
Pope is not going to be Barnes or Pope.
No, not
Cal.
Grant McCausland at Texas
Calipari,
Tech.
I suppose, is live.
Chris Beard's got to kind of zip it up mostly.
Willard, no.
Let people not remember that he's back in the game.
It's hard to ask questions that the coaches are going to like when they've just had their season ending, and you got to ask something because you need some kind of sound bites, and you know pretty much the answers to the question you're asking. It's hard to do.
But I don't think you have to go to next year. I think it's too soon. I agree with Mick, Jackie's guy. It's too soon to go. about next year.
Yeah,
unless like every player's off the team, I guess you could say, hey, you got to reload.
Yeah, for all we know, that was the 15th question that came up, and they were wrapping it up, and somebody said,
He's
"So
worried
you
about
feel better about next year, maybe?"
His flight. Just hopes to get he doesn't eat on game day, Doug. That was the other thing.
Of course not. We should all know that.
Doug's like Donnybrook had a baby with Andy Rooney. Knock it off, you grumpy old bastard. Drink a Diet Coke and stay up past 10 o'clock. It won't kill you. That's from Arbor Day, and he called you an old coot in 7 o'clock hour.
Old
It
coot.
might kill
and
me.
you're a grumpy old bastard all in the same
What
day.
do you say to have? A Diet Coke?
I'd love to have one, but I'm sworn off of them now.
Oh, well, that's
God,
not
nothing
fun.
tastes better than Diet Coke.
Well, get
Holy
one.
smokes,
So,
are
what
they
night is
good.
it? Thursday? Stay up.
Thursday, stay up and watch Texas
I think we
Tech
were all
and-
complaining about the time.
Texas Tech. The Auburn and Michigan game, that will take place on Friday. That is starting at 8:39, Doug. Ole Miss and Michigan State starts at 6. If there was one game that I had to pick with the points, I think I'd go with Michigan and the 8 points against Auburn. How do you feel about that, Jackson? Of the 8 matchups in the Sweet 16,
Of the 8 matchups, I don't know. I think Houston might run Purdue. It's kind of where I'm at.
Duke looked awfully good against Baylor.
Yeah.
They look like they could just destroy just
Arizona,
about
you never
anybody
know
right now.
what you're going to get with them. They're a mixed bag, too. Like against Oregon, they look great, but then they'll have games where they can't make a single three, and they look terrible.
Michigan won the Big Ten tournament. Everybody's like, oh, you don't want to do that. Or wear you out. And they're fine. And
Michigan
then
wins tight games.
Florida, did they not win the SEC tournament?
They did.
Okay, and they're still going.
But they don't make their free flows in March.
Houston won the Big 12 tournament.
There you go. So that narrative, year to year.
Duke plus 220 to win the whole thing. Florida plus 375. Auburn and Houston both plus 500. And Alabama plus 1,600 along with Tennessee. There are your odds for the top 6 left in the Sweet 16. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. We've been joined by Chris Kerber and Brad Thompson on the program. Matt Holliday going to be with us at 10 o'clock. Then the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day coming your way at 10:50. There's your Stiefel dossier. This is TMA on 101 ESPN. Doug Susanna Hoffs.
Okay.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour here on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne. Jackson Burkett's on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt manning the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Matt Holliday coming up at 10 o'clock on the Stiefel dossier. And it is our pleasure to welcome to the studios from the James Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency in Webster Groves. Ladies and gentlemen, this is James Carlton.
Well, hello, James. Hello,
Good morning, gentlemen. How we doing?
Listen to this gallery.
Webster Groves, the home of the state champs, by the way. Another state championship in basketball. They have a guy named Scotty Atkinson that's a sophomore that will have an offer from any program he wants to go to.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Gates offered him a year ago as a freshman. Yeah,
He
he's
lit
legit.
it up in the championship.
Yeah, he is legit. And I think, like Charles Barkley said when he got to high school, he's like 6 foot. And left high school at 6'9". I mean, this kid could keep growing, too.
How tall is he now?
I think he's only 6'2".
Yeah.
Sophomore, left-handed, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, so another state champ for the statesman.
James, how are you doing with the Fighting Tigers season
So the Norfolk State, obviously the stakes were a little bit higher being a 2 seed, but you kind of tipped your cap in that one. Norfolk State just played lights out. I don't feel like Drake had the game of their life.
No, they shot 50% from the line, am I right?
I don't want to be prisoner of the moment, but it kind of felt the way I felt against Auburn in that championship game in football. You were there. I was there in Atlanta. Like coaching, like, what are we doing?
I think it's because Auburn called so many different plays.
No,
Right.
Not really.
It's like, okay, what are we doing in the second half in that game with Trey Mason? And this one, I mean, you have the size advantage, and they made no effort to go inside. I would have liked to have seen Peyton Marshall just shake things up because Gray has no hands at all, so you throw it inside. He can't do anything with it. But that was tough, man. I really was not doing well, but the one saving grace I had was I wasn't in Wichita.
Oh, got dunked on. Doug.
Because I was planning on it,
Scottie
quite frankly.
Pippen, Patrick Ewing style, too.
That would have been. I feel for you, Tim.
And that's your home turf.
I did live there for 4 years, and I enjoyed my time there. But yeah, that was I did.
My time.
7th through 10th grade.
You were sentenced there. 7 through 10th grade.
Yeah.
That's a tough time, too, adolescent. So you lived in Wichita.
I did.
We would joke about it last week, and then I started looking up, like, hey, there's a lot going on. It's not bad. It's not bad.
Yeah, no, I mean, as a kid, it was fine. My parents absolutely hated it.
That's a live read.
Take back all the nice things that you said.
Absolutely.
I'm doing them all.
But yeah, no, that was tough. I mean, I didn't get to watch the live stream, Jackson. I'm sure you were probably saw the writing on the wall pretty early. I mean, Caleb Grill and Tamar Bates, I mean, they had open looks. I mean, it seemed like it was the worst game for literally every player on their team. And I think if they played Drake 10 times, I'm not saying they'd win every one of them, but I bet they'd win more than they lose. And they just, they couldn't hit anything that day. What was the vibe like, Tim? I mean, it felt loud there when they got close in the second half. It got close,
yes. When it tipped off, the building was, I don't know, half full maybe?
Yeah.
Because it started a little late, but the atmosphere was lackluster until the second half, to say the least. And then you had the Texas Tech and I guess some UNC Wilmington fans there.
Okay.
Did they get on board with Drake, probably?
I was kind of in a Drake section, so I couldn't tell. But the Missouri fans got fired up when they closed it to 1, and then off it went.
And then the rails came. I mean, they panicked, like Gabe said. They just panicked. Did you stay up for the postgame?
I listened to it on the way back.
It was late. I guess Gabe had to get sound. I think Gabe said he had to get a couple drinks from the bar just to get through it. Yeah. Gabe, pretty neutral most of the time. He was fired up, loaded for bear, as we say, Doug.
Oh, was he really?
He was
Why did
loaded
he
for
put
bear.
it at the feet of Dennis Gates and said there's no other way to go around it?
Yeah, but I mean, again, Grill and Bates, these guys were supposed to be the best shooters. They missed open looks. I mean, Grill sometimes takes some really crazy shots, but he had some open looks that they just missed. Who else? Warwick, I think, missed a wide open one there in the second half. So,
yeah,
just one of those games. It seems to happen to Mizzou far more often than maybe other teams, or maybe that's just me just following Mizzou so much. But hey, I did want to say something real quick about Brian McKenna. So I interned at KFNS 07-08. And he was doing a morning show with Joe De Niro. Is that the
sure.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And then I was interning for Frank and Martin. And, I put on the resume. I hope you have a problem with this, Doug. I put on the resume assistant producer, but I wasn't getting paid. I was an intern.
Oh, no, that's fine.
That's sort of a
whatever you need to put on there.
And anywho, Brian McKenna was the most approachable guy there. No offense to you, Mark.
Wow, it sounds like a shot. I told my staff to let you know if you ever needed to speak to me, we would set something up.
Look at that. And so he was just such a nice, outgoing guy. And, 10 years later, I run into him at a Blues game. He remembered my name. Like, I was a nobody, still am. But, I mean, my goodness, what a genuinely nice guy. And I was just I know that intersection well. That's a really, really sad thing to happen, and our hearts go out to the McKenna family. But, I mean, I know I didn't know nearly as well as many of your listeners and you guys, of course, but I just wanted to put that in because he was a great, great guy.
He really was, man. He really was.
If I had to guess, and I don't know this for a fact, but I would think Caruso, the Blues, would do something, mentioned during the game tomorrow or whatever, because McKenna loved the Blues. I mean, he talked Rams, he talked Cardinals, but he was so passionate about the Blues. I think Bernie even used him in a column one time, and about we bleed blue and it's time for a transfusion. I think Bernie's column ended with like a McKenna quote or something about the Blues, and so it doesn't surprise me that that's where you ran into him.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And I think Doug's right. I think that 14-point mark, I think that's the kind of the threshold they have to hit. Out of those 20 points left on the schedule, the Blues, I think if they can get to 95,
that will get them
I think that gets them home.
Sure.
What a run they're on.
It's unbelievable.
I mean, it is really something.
Believable.
And I tell you who's becoming a fan favorite is Nathan Walker.
Yes, he is.
Who's the defenseman, or the big guy from that guy from Nashville wanted to fight everybody. McKernan was.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I think they were still mad at him because he had Buchnevich last week, and I think that the Buchnevich deal now may have been going back to that.
I would agree.
And they were out to get him for sure.
That next game, there could be some fireworks.
The Blues, for the record, James, 52.7% now to make the playoffs. 52.7%. That's per money.
98% would be accurate.
Doug's got 98%.
You have 98%.
Yes,
Doug's
they're
at
going to make
98%. Money Puck's got him at 52.7%. Calgary, 29.8%. Vancouver is actually now beneath Utah. Utah's at 11.6. Vancouver's at 11.3.
I don't want to get greedy, but I don't want the 7 spot. I don't want to face Vegas.
You want or you don't want the?
I don't want them in the 7. I'd rather they play Winnipeg than Vegas. I don't.
You like those late puck drops?
Well, I just like the matchup a little better. Although Jamie Rivers told us he'd rather go to Vegas for fun purposes.
I totally understand where he's coming from, especially considering the alternative. I mean, if you're looking at Winnipeg versus Las Vegas.
I think Big Wally would say, "Yeah, geez, Winnipeg." I go, "Isn't your wife from there?" He goes, "Yeah." Didn't care. No, I think they historically and even this year play better against Winnipeg. Vancouver, I just don't want to take that team on. So I'm not getting greedy, but I like that 8 spot.
Fun facts for no and tell also. The Blues now up to 1.6% to lift the chalice, and then they would win a baby?
Well, a baby would be in it. Because if we can just get hot, we can win this baby.
And just to give you some perspective on it, Edmonton is at 2.5% to win the chalice.
Wow.
The Blues at 1.6%, and that was like at 0.2% a month ago. Fun facts.
That almost seems a little low since they're playing as well as anyone in the league right now.
What does the Vaughn Index have for the Blues
I would have
winning
to check that.
the baby?
No, well, that's not really how it works.
Okay.
Let me see. The Vaughn Index.
You prefer standings and points.
Won last night. 4 to 1, did we say last night? So that's 6 in a row. The Vaughn Index, they'd be at an 81.
Oh, wow.
81.
And the goal's a 95 in the index?
That would be a nice goal. Yeah, that'll get you in.
So the Vaughn Index can't give me a percentage on winning the cup. It just happens to have a number that is eerily similar to their point total.
That's usually how it works out because it's that accurate.
Wow. Okay.
It'd be pretty weird if the Vaughn Index was like a 37 and the team had, what did you say, they had 181 points? Is that what you said? That'd be weird. But the fact that it lines up almost perfectly is an indication of just how accurate it is.
What does the Vaughn Index have for Calgary?
I'd have to check that.
Okay.
Let's see.
Take a look here.
Goal difference. Oh, they're a minus 21 on the year. 77 would be Calgary's.
Oh.
Vaughn
Tim,
Index
what are their
number.
points, Calgary?
That's actually exactly what their point total is.
Is that
That's the
correct?
thing that's so alarming about the Vaughn Index.
Bingo.
Hey, Tim, do you have any idea who that guest was? Do you remember when you guys had somebody that had some index that they were on TMA, and that's kind of the genesis of the Vaughn Index?
It's amazing how people who listen to the show know more.
I have no idea who that guest was.
So there was a guy?
Yes, there was a guy you guys interviewed that came on with some index. And Doug was like, this is literally the standings.
Buck Swope, where are you at? Swope, what day was that?
Swope will let us know. And he sent me an email, by the way, Martin. He was not happy with the way the email of the day was determined.
Here we go.
Again?
Yeah, this is a separate thing. I saved it to make sure we could read it on the air. He was not happy with the email, and I own it. He says, because if I text you, I'll be portrayed by Martin, the guy who almost never sticks around for email of the day. As
never does.
to Design Air Live reads, as if I'm always working the officials when things don't go my way. But when I get DMs from the JV golf coach wondering WTF was that, I feel obligated to at least say something. First off, enjoy your weekend with your son. I would definitely find out what the media is using for Wi-Fi at the venue so you can ensure you have a strong internet signal for Jackson's Camboy feed.
Oh.
No,
this is not an entry for email of the day.
No,
this is emailed to you.
No, I really don't care. It's nice to win. But I messed up. I did. If for nothing else, just so I don't have to hear Buck Swope still doesn't have a win for the month. For those keeping score, on March 4th, Doug voted for the JV golf coach. Jackson voted for just think, don't think. Tim wants to vote Swope but can't because there's no one to break the tie, so you voted for JV golf coach. Then between March 5th and March 18th, many days Tim doesn't vote at all because there's a winner with 2 votes before it gets to you. And then on March 19th, Doug voted for Swope, KG votes for just stink, Jackson votes for Swope, and Tim votes for wet pink. So for the first time ever, the emailer who was the first to receive 2 votes did not win email of the day. Part of me thinks I'm being punked.
Jesus.
Stop it, Swope.
But that would be giving you too much credit. The reality is that the recurring Martian clock management results in emails regularly starting at 10:57. And now that we have more than 3 emailers chiming in, you end up with a rushed process, and Jackson won't even write it down anyway. We're sitting here again talking about the same thing.
Whatever, dude.
Buck Swope's 100% right. And I told him, I said, I need to issue an apology when I get back from my vacation to St. Bart's / Wichita.
Okay. He takes it seriously, that's for sure.
Well, that's what makes him a great competitor.
Yeah, I know.
Oh my gosh! Listen to this.
I know we have Holliday coming up, so I got to get out.
The bat.
But my wife wanted me to make sure I share this with you. So I, often when I'm talking to my kids, I say, hey, let's go to Salt and Smoke Ski. Add a little ski at the end of everything.
Nice. Mm-hmm.
And then I was telling my son as we were on the way to the game, like, hey, you're going to be able to see Dvorsky's first game. And then my wife thought, could you imagine, if you always say ski at the end of, if you introduce the topic that we're going to be splitting up, and you said, hey, we're going to get a little Dvorsky. And I'm like, wow,
that nicely done by her.
I'd be like, wow, yeah, that'd be quite a way to approach that. But yeah,
Thanks, honey.
Yeah. I want to leave on a high note.
Yeah,
like George Costanza.
James, thank you so much as always,
right,
sir.
gentlemen.
That's
Have a
James
good one.
Carlton, Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, online at carltoninsurance.net, 314-961-4800. He's my insurance agent. I'd like to recommend that James become your insurance agent. Morning, guys. If it's true that Swope emailed Tim, today is officially the saddest day in the show's history. That's a big tough. This is the saddest day?
I agree.
Well, he takes it very, very seriously. He is the show historian, after all.
Sergeant at Arms as well. Matt Holliday is going to join us coming up in the next segment. Looking forward to talking to Matt the Bat. That's next. Plus the Design Air Heating and Cooling Game of the Day, in which I think Buck Swope is going to win it. And he's going to win it big. That's what I think. That's coming up at 10:50 on the Stiefel Dossier. We're in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour on TMA.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update. That's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Illinois falls yesterday at the hands of the Kentucky Wildcats, 84-75. That ends Illinois' season. Kentucky will have an SEC matchup in the Sweet 16 as they take on Tennessee. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, you like this?
Yeah, I don't mind it.
With the pontoon thing's the thing.
The pontoon, yeah, that makes no sense to me. What percentage of Cardinal fans have pontoon?
About 42?
I don't know.
Cutting down on K's, listen for the crack. Our boy Victor got blazing speed, no chance at second if he has his lead. Early got the bat to get it done. There's no stopping number 41.
I want Matt Holliday to enjoy this, and I think he is. You think he is?
Probably not. No, probably not. Not at all. Still on the line.
Might have left. Welcome back. It's TMA 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program, and it is our pleasure to welcome to the show on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, Matt Holliday. Morning, Matt.
Yeah, you were about 5 seconds away from getting hung up on.
Oh, no. That's a bad start.
Doug.
So we thought it was catchy, and it's not?
I don't know what that is.
Gosh, it was a nice little song someone came up with.
Just trying to get the team a little fired up.
Yeah, I mean, that would have inspired you if you were playing, right?
No.
Maybe we'll have to look in the mirror on this thing. I think is what the case might be.
All right.
You don't like it, Matt? Players didn't enjoy it when the fans would come up with a little jingle of their own?
Is that what that is? I don't even know.
Yeah, it's an audience member created rather catchy jingle, and it's based on the word "youngry," which Victor Scott said to us accidentally.
Young and hungry.
You know, all the AI stuff now, you can pretty much, you just type words in and it comes up with catchy or, well, I guess just songs or raps or these things. I'm learning. My kids come up with these. You just type in words and next thing you know, they have a song about you. So it's in the AI, I don't know what to believe anymore.
Yeah.
Players don't ask to be overpaid.
Here's one now.
In a city.
Okay.
This show hasn't got any better.
Oh, God. Stop giving us the business.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
Close to home?
Yeah, I mean, I would say tough but fair. Yeah. I actually think that's very tough but fair.
Well, I don't know how, Tim, you got it on a station that actually I think St. Louis gets without any static.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
Took about 15 years to get there.
Congrats. 21 years. Yep. Well,
mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know if Hallmark makes a card for that, but you did kind of say it really concisely and accurately. Yeah.
Yeah, I just remember driving around St. Louis, and there was parts of St. Louis where the static was so bad of your old show, I just had to turn it.
Well, at least it wasn't the content that made you turn it.
Well, I mean, yeah. I like to listen to train wrecks,
Oh, we could use that for a promo too.
A lot to use here.
I was having an off-air text with Matt, and then Doug McElhaga, who is the sports information director.
Validated Matt Holliday's text to you regarding McKernan.
I had my own show going on over here. The former sports information director of St. Louis U said that what Matt was saying is that the McKernan critique of the plane might have been a shot at the NCAA, and that the NCAA actually does handle all the travel. It could have been a charter flight, but an Allegiant plane. And Doug McElhaga said McKernan didn't like the plane choice, so it was still chartered. But Matt Holliday was all over it. So the travel during the NCAA is all done through the NCAA. You've been validated.
Yeah, I've coached a little or volunteered a little at OSU for a few years, and so I have a little bit of insight on the postseason travel arrangements. So you're welcome.
We need show prep, Tim, and we have smart people listening. Hey, you're going to be here Thursday, it sounds like, sporting the red jacket.
Yeah, yep, I'll be there Thursday. So
Sound pretty fired up about it.
Do they let you guys cover that?
They're putting us at Ballpark Village. How about that?
Wow! Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
I'm not sure we'll actually get it in the stadium.
I think we're at the Shark Bar on.
That's right, Shark Bar doing the show
in
from
the
the Shark
stadium.
Bar.
If you're up early, man, just swing by the Shark Bar.
Oh, yeah, no, I won't be there.
You're not going.
All right, sounds like it's possible.
All right, in all seriousness, though, being in the red jacket on the field, walking around with Roland, and I guess Edmonds is even going to be there.
He's going to make a return.
There's the mild upset.
Yeah.
Jimmy Ballgame will be there. They've met his list of demands, Tim, I believe is what. Not true.
Was there a question in there for me?
I don't think so.
Are you genuinely excited? I'm like the guy with Patino. He's Patino. I'm the reporter from Newsday, I think it was. Are you excited to be out there with the other Red Jackets?
I am. I always am excited to come back to St. Louis, and obviously that's an honor for me to be part of that club. So I'm looking forward to it. I wish the expectations and the excitement for the team was a little higher, but it'd be good to see. I have some Ollie's there, and he's a good friend of mine. So there's some people I'm excited to see for sure.
I know you're close with Nolan Arenado, and that was quite a situation this offseason. What do you make of how this campaign starts with him being here and the Cardinals, of course, trying to work with him to get him to a different club this offseason?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting just in the fact that, he ended up turning down the Astros deal, I think at the time, because he was holding out that, there was a preferred, I think maybe the Red Sox or even maybe the Yankees were his preferred, sort of trade option. And then when those didn't work out, circling back with the Astros, I think there was some issues with money and how much the Astros were willing to do or not do. And so now here you are with, I think that the one thing is in these type situations, it's how the player and it responds emotionally and whether he's all in and, is not distant and, and that's not who Nolan is. So I assume it's not an issue as far as having him back on the team. He's a great player, can offer a lot to young players. And so, I'm guessing the Cardinals are hoping he goes out and gets off to a really, really hot start, and then they could look to maybe trade him for some assets if they're still if he's still looking to go somewhere else. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. But I assume all will be well with how this all goes down.
Yeah, I think Matt and I would imagine you probably have more insight. But I saw Bregman doing an interview last week, and he said up until the final half hour, he thought he was going to Detroit, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that was Detroit. Mm-hmm. And so then that meant that you had that domino fall, and then Nolan's going to most likely be a member of the Red Sox. So the Cardinals are in this weird spot heading into the year where they talk about wanting to have the retool at the end of October, but then you have a bunch of veterans, in particular in the rotation, but certainly also to an extent in the field. That's a unique dynamic to want to try to transition to the young while still having some veterans around. Was there ever a team that you experienced anything like that, and how did it play out, if so?
Yeah, my early years in Colorado, we were transitioning from kind of, trying to compete a little bit and plug holes with veteran guys to like kind of an all-in youth movement. So yeah, I've experienced with that. We had Todd Helton, so it'd be probably a similar situation for Nolan. And then, some young guys that are trying to get their footing in the big leagues. So I think it's a good situation for Nolan. I think, as far as right now, I think sometimes when you try to transition to young players, you got to have enough of them that are ready, that you feel like are ready to kind of get that opportunity and take the next step to do the wholesale youth movement. And, I think that, for the Cardinals, it's a little bit more like sort of the Nolan Gormans and the Jordan Walkers that have a little bit more experience now that you're trying to figure out who exactly they are at the big league level and whether they're cornerstone build around pieces or if they're, sort of kind of just solid major league players or what they are. And so that's, I guess, the interesting part is like you said, there's still quite a few veteran players on the roster. And then you have sort of this 25 to 27-year-old group of players that you're trying to figure out exactly what they are moving forward. And then you have some young players like Jordan and Mason Wynn and let's see, a couple other guys, maybe Victor Scott, that you're trying to figure out what their projection is moving forward for your organization as a transition sort of into the next competitive, so to speak, era, hopefully, which is soon.
So, sometimes it feels like we talk about Arenado like he's really old, but he's going to be 34 next month. It's not like he's 40 or something. Is there any reason that he can't still be pretty much in his prime and have the kind of numbers that he had a year or two ago?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think I haven't talked to him about how he is, physically as far as health goes. But I mean, 34, I think he still has some time in his prime left. I think that the one thing with Nolan is that the Cardinal, Busch Stadium is not necessarily all that friendly to hitters in the gaps. It's a pretty deep park. There's no cheap home runs in Busch Stadium. So, Nolan's obviously hit a ton of home runs, but he doesn't hit the ball extremely far in correlation with other guys that hit the amount of home runs that he hits. So, I think that it's interesting. I think his power would probably show up more like his prime in a park that was a little more hitter friendly. But I don't think there's any reason he couldn't hit 270, 280 with 25 to 30 homers and drive in 100. I mean, I don't think that's out of the realm of possibilities. And I didn't really understand how his defense for the metrics dropped off so much. I mean, at 34, I think he's still got some Gold Glove play at third base. I don't really know, with the metrics on defense, how that all works. But I would expect that his defensive metrics will bounce back as well.
Do you think players care about the narrative like, the Cardinals are not going to be great and nobody's expecting much, in part because the team didn't do anything in the offseason? Their only stated goal was to trade a 10-time Gold Glove winner, and they didn't get that done. Do you think the players, does that ever play a role? Is it ever a factor, like people are kind of ticked off coming out of camp?
Yeah, maybe a little bit. I mean, I think that as a player, you have to go out there and do your job. And it's a challenge enough playing every day in the major leagues. Like, if you're not locked in mentally with the challenge and the chip on your shoulder of trying to go out there and compete, you've got guys in the stage of trying to establish themselves as major league players. You've got guys that are trying to establish themselves as good enough players to get a contract, an extension. You got guys that are transitioning to free agency, and then you've got veteran players trying to prove their worth of a contract or, just ultra competitive. And so I don't know that there's extra incentive based on outside noise of, hey, the Cardinals aren't supposed to be very good. I always think there's enough motivation to go out and play at a high level because you are paid to play. You're a professional. You're a Major League Baseball player. You're playing with the best players in the world. And if you're not locked in mentally for that challenge, then you're probably thinking about the wrong thing. So I don't really buy into there's extra motivation because the media doesn't expect much from you. I don't really think so.
What does your future look like? Have you thought more about trying to coach or manage at the major league level, or do you give up on that idea?
I think it's for me with my boys, my two older boys, and then my daughter and my 11-year-old son. The idea of being part of a team and helping to try to make something better and trying to offer the things that I've learned to a team or an organization is intriguing. But, the idea that if Jackson or, potentially if Ethan, if he's entering into professional baseball, the idea to be able to have flexibility to go watch them whenever I want. And, if they called and said, hey, Dad, I need you to come help me with my swing for a couple days. I'm a little lost or not feeling right. The idea, the flexibility to be able to do that, I think is really important to me. And so I would say I would probably lean towards more of the idea that I like the flexibility with my time to be able to go and watch them. And then my daughter's 15 and my 11-year-old to try to help him do whatever he ends up wanting to do is probably the most important thing. I wouldn't rule out the idea of being part of an organization as like a, sort of a consultant or just something that gives me some freedom to be part of an organization, but also time-wise, I have a lot of flexibility. So I don't know if that answers your question fully, Doug, but that's how I feel.
Yeah. Well, at least he liked your question.
Yeah.
That's a big step up.
I imagine it's hard. It's hard not to want to watch your son every at bat he ever gets, and to be at as many games as he possibly could.
Yeah, I mean, I like I said, I truly have enjoyed watching them and being their dad, and I love it. I love to go watch them and help them. I mean, obviously it's nerve-wracking at times, and it pains you when they struggle, but being a dad and a husband is the first and foremost important thing for me, and it's hard to do when you get into a 6 month, 7 month requirement of being a major league coach or a major league manager.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask you, Matt, because we've heard here recently Yadier Molina and Albert Pujols talk about their interest in managing at the major league level. And just to be blunt, it's no secret that all three of you have done quite well financially. To make that kind of commitment, man, that just strikes me. I guess at the same time, the balance is you love the game and you love to compete, and that's how you fill that void. But you just laid it out 6-7 months away from the family. That's a tall order. What do you think about the idea of your former teammates possibly going out there and being managers?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the tricky part. I mean, when you have kids, and it is a big commitment, but I think that Albert and Yadi are incredibly bright baseball people and have a ton to offer in the game, and they clearly know the game and are great people with what would be great for players to be around. They can obviously, having played at a super high level, they can relate to a lot of different players. And so I think they would do an amazing job. And I think that if that's what they want to do, they'll get those opportunities. I mean, they're both first ballot Hall of Famers and are bilingual and have a ton to offer. And so if that's what they want to do, they'll definitely get those opportunities. And so there's always when you say yes to one thing, there's a no to something else. And so that's the balance that you have to weigh as a former player that doesn't have to work financially, that you got to just, I guess in your own mind and heart, you got to figure out, what's worth it and what's not. And I think that's all up to all of us individually.
When we were at spring training, Ollie came on the show, and I wouldn't say he's unpopular in St. Louis, but he doesn't have an unbelievable approval rating. And he comes on the show, and he's kind of fun and laughing and reading the text line, which is very dangerous. Yeah. And people were texting in, I didn't know he was fun, or he's more likable than I thought. You know him really well. Do you think because he is so extremely confident, and I think I've told him this off air, like sometimes, especially after a loss, he doesn't always come off as well. Do you think maybe his personality, because you know him, can be a little misunderstood by people that don't know him?
Yeah, I mean, I think very rarely in sports, and maybe more so now with social media, do you actually get to really know and to know the full spectrum of people's personalities and what they're like away from the post-game interview, the pre-game interview, the on-field face. That very rarely do you know somebody or do the fans get to – I think that's why people are so interested in some of these Netflix documentary shows where they get to see behind the curtain.
Yeah, you're right, man.
Receivers or the NBA guys or the gold medal. They're talking about the NBA. Like, I'm fascinated to watch that stuff because that's really where you get to see people in their everyday environment. And so I think it's really tough for somebody, a manager or Ollie, for the fans to really know who he is. I mean, obviously. They don't have the access, that a friend or you guys even have to him or to managers. But he's an incredible human. I mean, he's a great guy, as you guys know. He's fun to be around. He's funny. But sometimes you don't get that when you get a 2-minute soundbite after the game when he's talking about a loss or, trying to figure out how to get the team going. I mean, those are tough situations that you're constantly, you're talking about, moves and decisions. It's hard to show your personality when it's that kind of interview. So I was excited for fans for him to, get on y'all's show and open up a little bit and get to see a little bit behind the curtain of who he really is.
Yeah, I was thinking your youngest son, you said, was 11 years old. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
So if he's the player his brothers are, you could be one of only a handful of fathers to produce 3 sons, make it to the
No
major
pressure.
league.
No pressure.
Yeah, no pressure on the little guy, though.
The 11-year-old.
That's really
I
something.
don't know. He's a wild card, so we'll see. He likes all the sports, and as the youngest, his personality and his wit are fun and challenging all at the same time. So he's a wild card. So we'll see. But yeah, I think that people don't really, the Naylor family right now, I think they have 3 in the major leagues. They're close. It's pretty incredible. So,
really? Guess there's 3 Molinas.
See.
3 Molinas made it, right? And 3 Alus. I remember the Alu brothers back in the 60s and 70s. I don't know many others.
The Boones Boone's had a grandpa, a dad, and then a couple of the kids. We could probably look all this up.
We're asking our guests to tell us the answer to our questions.
Yes. Matt, could you Google while talking to us? Is Ethan? But he's.
I mean, Doug's just showing off his knowledge of the old timers.
I'm thinking he may just be one of 3 fathers that could produce 3 major leaguers. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. Well, you don't want to put the old horse before the cart, or however that saying goes.
Yeah.
We know what you're trying to say.
Sounds like a guy who's just. Are you farming in Oklahoma? Because Edmonds is now farming in Tennessee. You're not farming in Oklahoma, are you?
No. I don't farm. We did have horrible fires recently, so.
That was Farmer Jim right there.
Farmer Jim just chimed in, yeah.
Did you say you had fires down there, right? Matt, you had fires down there, right?
Yeah, we had some really, really bad fires. We had fires right up to the door. So
no way, really? Holy crap,
yeah,
man.
It burned a lot of our acreage pretty bad, but we're good. The house survived and all is well, but it smells like smoke and everywhere around here is black. So a lot of people lost their homes. It was a tough scene last week.
Wow, we felt the effects here. We got that dirty rain. All of our cars were covered with the dirt from those fires. Must have really been something.
It was pretty sad, actually.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right, well, we didn't mean to end on that side.
I thought you were following up. I apologize.
Sorry about these fires.
Is it still spring training for this show?
We feel like in year 22 we'll finally figure it out.
I feel like we asked Brad Thompson this too, but do spring numbers matter at all? I mean, I know the Cardinals can look at a young guy like Victor Scott and say you got to keep him because he was outstanding. If you're a veteran guy, do you care if you don't hit in spring?
I mean, I think that when there's guys trying to make a team, the spring numbers matter, right? So if you got 2 guys competing against each other and one has a really good spring, he earned the spot over the guy that didn't. I think veterans, you want to be swinging the bat well and having good at bats as you close the end of spring training so that you feel good and comfortable and confident going into the regular season. I don't think the numbers really matter for veteran guys, especially, in Florida, it can be tough hitting environment with the wind and Arizona is such a different hitting environment. So the numbers of the guys in spring training in Arizona and Florida is usually very offset. But I think it's more about quality at bats. Like I said, as you move into the season and feeling good about Thursday more than necessarily what the numbers said for spring training. So it obviously matters. What level you're at as far as whether you're, like I said, trying to make the team, trying to earn a job, or you already have a job and you're just trying to prepare for the season.
Good knowledge. I didn't know about the splits on the Arizona, Florida, the Grapefruit Cactus League.
You think you could still hit Major League pitching?
Well, that's a loaded question. I mean, if you gave me a couple months to train, could I be competitive?
Yeah.
Sure. But I'm I don't know that, like I said, I respect how hard the game is and how hard it is to hit nowadays with the pitching and the way they use pitching and the matchups that you're constantly getting. I certainly think it's very difficult to hit in the major leagues, but I think if you gave me a couple months, I could be somewhat competitive.
Yeah, I bet. The running's the hard part, isn't it? That's what seems to go quicker than the yards.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of the element of showing up every day that as you get a little bit older is more difficult, and then the accumulation of the toll that it takes on your back and your hips and all those things, I think is probably ultimately the first thing that you can't hold for 162 games. But I could probably get in a competitive at bat a few of those.
Nice. Well, Cardinal fans will always have that memory of you standing in left field alone at your final game and getting the standing ovation. That had to be an awfully cool moment.
Yeah, it was. It's hard to believe it's been as long as it's been. Always forever, remember, that those last couple games were really a way for me to close the chapter on what was an incredible 8 years and just an amazing time in St. Louis. So always appreciate how the organization, treated me. And then, obviously on my way out, the way they handled all that.
Well, it'll be celebrated on Thursday, opening day. Matt Holliday making a return with the Red Jackets as the Cardinals open up the season. Matt, always good to have you on the program, talk it over, and your endorsement of the show's really vast improvement.
Yeah,
in signal, not in quality.
Yeah, you can hear it anyway.
Yeah, the quality feels a lot like the same, but the signal is definitely better.
Yeah, there you go. That's another promo. Thank you, Matt.
Okay, guys. Anytime.
Thank you.
Matt Holliday with us here on the program. He's doing a separate show with Martin via text
about NCAA
about
travel.
NCAA basketball, and he's on our program talking baseball. Jackson, we are late for a break, aren't we? This Jackson's getting a little panicked over there.
Not panicked. I just had to alert
don't let
you.
it affect Buck Swope. Whatever happens, don't let it affect Buck Swope.
Well, that's what's going to happen.
Oh,
It's tight.
no.
Now it's going to be my ass.
Clip that up. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Yeah, it's hard not to be fired up when you hear that.
I am.
Matt Holliday with us in the previous segment. He is on board with the show.
Well, lukewarm.
Also joined by Brad Thompson and Chris Kerber on today's show. You can always go back and podcast it via the Schaefer Door Company podcast app, and then you'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up here in about 15 minutes. If you're feeling sluggish, dealing with low energy, low motivation, fatigue, tired all the time, that could be low testosterone. Mentality is a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best. It's board-certified physicians providing a full physical consultation and blood panel analysis all during your first visit. Mentality focuses on free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, ensuring your treatment is tailored to your body. Treatments are designed to fit your life, even with a busy schedule. This year, stop settling for a fraction of your potential. Mentality's New Year offer is your chance to take back control. Men today have 30% less testosterone. Take back your numbers. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio to get access. It is Mentality. We'll take a commercial break, come back with more TMA on 101 ESPN.
Caw-caw. You hear that, Battlehawks fans? That's the sound of Battlehawks football returning to the Dome for the 2025 season, and Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken wants you to be a part of it. That's why their new Battlehawks box will get you 4 of their famous hand-breaded chicken strips and an order of potato wedges. You heard me correct. I said potato wedges. A bunch of restaurants getting away from the potato wedge. Not Lee's. They love the potato wedge, and so do we. You get a code valid for up to 30% off of Battlehawk tickets. With this deal, Battlehawks game tickets start at just $14. So get game day ready with a Battlehawks box for just $8.99 at any St. Louis area Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken location. You can get the Battlehawks box in store or by ordering online on Lee's new super easy to use mobile app, where you can also earn points for free food and discounts. That's Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown & Crouppen. Brown & Crouppen Local. Terry Crouppen coming in studio tomorrow. Founded in 1979. Don't you want a local law firm, one that no one knows how to handle the ins and outs of your case and the local environment? They offer superior legal services, and they also value client services as well. Brown & Crouppen treats their clients and employees like gold. Brown & Crouppen, part of our community. They value it, involved in many charities and community events. It's Brown & Crouppen. You get great service and great results. The winningest and the kindest, with a strong voice and an advocate for the client. They have the power, resources, and ability to do what you need them to do, which is get every cent you deserve for the terrible thing that was done to you. If you think you may need Brown & Crouppen services, call 314-222-2222 or go to brownandcrouppen.com. Make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertising. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own accord. We'll have the design, air, heating, and cooling email today coming your way in 8 minutes. Doug Buckswell has submitted an email.
Oh, well, I hope it's a short, brief one. And not some big 5
Chairman Kurt, have you had a chance to fill? I guess you have filtered it. It's in the filtered file.
Yep, he's in the filtered file.
Long or short?
It's typical Buck swope.
Now, what does that mean?
Oh, no.
It's long.
Long-winded. Okay.
He leaves no word unturned.
All right. Well, Mark Milton will leave nothing unturned if you have any kind of IRS issues. You know what he is? He's the IRS penalty killer. If the IRS has a man advantage on you, he'll take your tax return and ice it. I guess that's what you do. Send it down to the other courtroom. I'm not sure that's exactly how it works. But I do know Mark Milton will take care of any kind of IRS problems you might have. You could be facing criminal investigation, which is a nasty thing, or you just don't have, you didn't file your taxes on time, or you got tax liens, bank levies, wage garnish, whatever it is. The IRS is tough to deal with. If you got IRS problems, Mr. You have got some issues. That's where Mark Milton comes in. He is your STL tax lawyer. He worked for the Department of Justice in Washington, represented the IRS in tax cases around the country, and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. So this guy has been there. He's worked for them. He knows how it works. Any kind of tax issue you need resolved, Mark Milton is your guy at stltaxlawyer.com. Get in touch with him today if you need him. You'll be saying, I'm not guilty. I'm with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
Ken Rosenthal with this column on a sleeper pick in the National League Central. He breaks it down and says, yeah, the Cubs are the favorite. But then he says this about the Cardinals. And then there are the Cardinals, whose failure to trade off veterans this offseason means they're in a liminal space. Doug, do you like that term?
I don't
liminal?
like the word, no.
Between contending and rebuilding. Will they be the worst team in the division? Probably not, but I expect them to be the most boring one.
Oh.
We'll have more on this topic tomorrow. I guess he's writing a column on the Cardinals tomorrow. I'm looking forward to reading it.
Yeah, I can't wait to read about how boring they're going to be.
Brendan Donnie, that boy is scrappy.
My pick, I really want to say the Reds, but I don't think they're quite there. I'll be boring and pick the Cubs. And the experts at The Athletic agree on the Cubs pick with Ken Rosenthal. Everybody, for the most part, picking the Cubs to win the
Well, we'll show them.
Nice.
We're better than Chicago.
Hang in there.
Cubs are already a game behind the Cardinals, so there. It's nice to start the season with a head start. This is exactly what we're doing.
And the Cardinals have 2 games in hand.
They do.
They do. 2 in
Look
hand.
at you.
To start the season, it's always nice.
They have their must-watch series in the National League Central. Cubs at Cardinals, September 26th to the 28th.
To decide third place.
Well, the expectations for the rivals couldn't be more different. Heading into 2025, St. Louis versus Chicago to close out the season adds to the intrigue. As it stands, the Cardinals could play spoiler to the Cubs' playoff hopes, or the Cubs could finish off a season of misery in Missouri.
No, don't say that.
Getting cute now.
We're going to have a doggone good season, fellas. We're going to put this together. Try to get hot. Victor Scott may have blossomed. We may see a Rookie of the Year candidate in Victor Scott. I don't think he played enough last year to disqualify him from Rookie of the Year this year. Jordan Walker's going to put it together. I just don't want to be so down on this club before it even starts.
Really?
Yes. I know it doesn't look good right now, but gosh, we can't go into April thinking that we got no shot. No, we don't want to do
He'll give us a Slurpee because, hey, we're trying hard.
Yes, we are going to try hard this year.
I wonder if they can get hot and win a baby also.
Well, it's too early to say that. But I don't know. I just look at the rest of the division. It doesn't look like it's impossible to beat out these other teams. I don't think the Cubs look like the 27 Yankees either. I don't think that they're going to be running away with it.
The Cardinals to win the Central is the easiest future bet you can bank it. Wow, that's from the 563. We got inside word.
Finally, some positivity.
All right. Well, Ken Rosenthal's going to have a column on the Cardinals being boring.
Nice tease. At least they're not in the National League East where you got to deal with the Phillies and the Mets and the Braves. That would be daunting.
Yeah, or the American League
West.
East.
Literally anywhere else.
Yeah.
It's Team A, 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues win yesterday, off today, taking on the Montreal Canadiens tomorrow. Pre-game at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. right here on 101 ESPN. That was their Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, get your teeth cleaned at 100 West Dental, 100westdental.com with Dr. Brandon Pryor. His Volunteers are going up against the Wildcats in Indianapolis in the Midwest Regional. Jackson, who are you picking?
Give me the Vols.
Taking the Vols. Well, you must really like the Vols because I know you don't like the Vols.
I know
follow
the
that?
Vols.
He must really like the Vols because he doesn't like the Vols.
I see. Okay.
Online at 100westdental.com, and they have a great offer going on. If you mention my name, you get $1,000 off Invisalign at 100 West Dental. If you're on the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. No dental insurance, no problem at 100 West Dental. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who don't have dental insurance. It's Dr. Brandon Pryor, 100westdental.com on Manchester in Baldwin, 636-585-0100. Doug, can you tell us about Collier and Thompson?
I can. This is the place you go to if you're going to get your house spruced up a little bit, maybe redo the kitchen that's looking kind of old. You know, got a lot of choices out there and contractors you could pick. But why not go with a Collier and Thompson that's been around St. Louis since the 1950s? Their employees have more than 165 years of experience. The owners, Bob Strati and Carolyn Beard, will take absolutely great care of you. They've assembled a terrific staff of carpenters and subcontractors and plumbers and painters. It's all right there in-house. These people do a first-rate job on your home. Also, it's important to know that they are people you can trust. It's hard to know who you can trust to be in your home for a couple weeks at a time. Collier & Thompson stands behind every job that they do. During the process, they are always available for you in case you need to make any changes in the design, whatever. The Collier & Thompson team cares about the work they produce. For them, it's more than just a job. They take great pride in all of the work they can do. Check out their showroom on Manchester. Has more than 10,000 square feet of displays. You can get a really good idea of what you'd like to do in your home, and they can make it happen. Collier & Thompson on Manchester and Baldwin next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling. Email of the day. Ow! Doug, will you reward Buck Swope after his, I think, very fair observation that I messed up the voting last week?
Well, let's hear what he's got to say.
Are we, Facebook, officially, quote, in a relationship if I swirl my finger around the shortened curlies that line his inner thigh?
Oh, what a start is that? Is that from Buck?
No.
Okay.
James Stronglegs.
Okay.
He finished up supper, which might have been Bill's best work to date. The slow stewing of that meatloaf in a thick, humid brine combined with the charred crust he was able to get with the cast iron skillet was nothing short of sensational. He was being modest, instead crediting the contractors that were in his house filling his potty.
Oh, his potty? What?
Yes.
With their pungent broth consisting of pineapple yogis and crumb cakes, which really broke down the fibers in the meat, yielding a firm yet chewy texture, Doug.
Oh.
But Bill was really here for one thing, which was to swap gerbils.
Look at the Phil game.
Don't encourage this fellow.
As I retrieved Manny from my boy cavity, he did the same with Tammy. We always knew our gerbils had a connection as I bid farewell to Manny for the month of Borch.
Okay.
They stole a quick gerbil kiss. His droppings became my soppings.
Oh,
Think about it.
no.
That's from James Stronglegs.
No. James Stronglegs, you just got yourself suspended. Suspended a period of 2 days' time, and your name right now is going into the suspension log. Yule.
This email is for all the members of the show except for the old one. I just won't be acknowledging his existence until he admits that saying P.F. Chang's is the best Chinese food in the city is like saying Little Caesars is the best pizza pie.
No, it isn't.
Let me ask you this, Vaughn. Is there any tearing when you're crowning from that 5 head squeezing into your birthday crevice? Time to remove your ginormous head from your voluptuous backside. Frankly, I'm a little pissed off about Thursday and Friday's email today competition while Tim was out. I was going to email him directly on his personal email address while he was on his tropical Wichita getaway with his wife and child, but then I decided that that's absolutely insane thing to do even once, let alone twice. And I'd rather not become the laughing stock of this show. My beef is that I didn't email in either day, and yet somehow I still didn't win. That's a miscarriage of justice if I've ever seen one. I have a sense of entitlement that's only matched by my ridiculous, unnecessary knowledge of everything that has happened on this show since 2013. The next time I don't email into the show, I expect, nay, I demand to win the prize. Oh, there is no prize. Well, still, I'll be honest. This is the only thing I have going on in my life. That's from Don't Think, Just Stink, who took Wet Pink.
Don't think, just stink. Who took Wet Pink?
I don't know yet. Matt Holliday clearly did not want to be on TMA today, and he let you know about it by roasting the crap out of everyone. Most of the things he said sounded like he was reading quotes from disgruntled listeners directly off the TMA subreddit. I felt like he was speaking for all of St. Louis when he said, this show hasn't gotten any better in the past decade. By the time he asked Martin, was there a question in there? You could feel the regret in his voice. The best part of his call was the dead air when none of you were saying any words out loud at all, signaling to everyone that this will officially be his last appearance on TMA. The Fighting Illini's loss is still fresh on my mind, but I actually cheered up when Holliday almost hung up on you clowns before the interview started because of that stupid song. You keep shoving down our throats. No more Younger Birds! Give us steadfast eyes or give us death. Tomorrow morning, I better hear Thanksgiving break at Kachina. It was season, or I will stage a public protest at Ballpark Village on Thursday morning. That's from the JV golf coach.
JV golf coach.
And finally, condolences to everyone mourning the loss of Brian McKenna. I had a nice chat with Brian at the most recent Gobble Bowl as Brian graciously thanked me for my efforts in producing the slideshow/video that played at Jay Jr.'s memorial. Brian just had a way about him where he could brighten anyone's day just with his positive energy and make someone he just met feel like an old friend. Rest in peace, Brian. Sadie Hawkins, Doug. The Blues are the hottest team in hockey as they beat the Blackhawks and the Predators 4-1 over the weekend. After an offseason where they did nothing to improve their short-term or long-term prospects, the Cardinals finalized their opening day roster with Michael McGreevy option to Memphis, but he'll surely be called up once the guys signed to guaranteed contracts at the back of a six-man rotation have been given the proper chance to get lit up. UCLA were for some reason flying Allegiant, and we know this because Libby Jack has a thing for Mick Cronin, who was mocked by a media member for complaining about it. But I think the lead is that after 3 long years, the insufferable douchebag Danny Hurley was given the opportunity to show what a poor loser he is as the UConn Huskies were put down by the Florida Gators. So, yeah, I guess we're done talking about female cast members of The Big Chill who had awkward interviews with local radio personalities. I had no luck finding Mike Shannon's mid-game interview with the devious Glenn Close, but I do have the audio of Meg Tilly hanging up on Iggy after he mentioned that most of his friends just want to compare the Tilly sisters' breastises. Doug, that's from Buck Swope, and that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling Mail check.
I'll vote for Buck Swope.
Jimmy Stronglegs.
I'm also with Stronglegs.
Stronglegs is one. The Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Time for us to go. Bye.